up, everybody? Welcome to the Transparency. It's a Saturday night. Make yourself known. I'm going to come out with a bang. Here it is. Two people that I respect. The Barnharts, husband and wife, work for Cellbrite. They're just doing their job, right? Well, I have a question.
The side button and turned his phone.
He said that his alibi was that he was going to be out stargazing that night, out in the middle of the night, stargazing. But you found something about the phone that would have absolutely obliterated the alibi. Can you explain that?
Sure. Yeah, it seems silly to even write it. But on the night of the murders, he physically pressed the side button and turned his phone off. And that might not seem too significant, but it really is. Because it proves that this human was awake at 2 whatever in the morning and turning his phone off and then later powering it back on. And the crazy part was writing in a report that a phone can't take photos while it's powered off, but just to prove that his alibi was ridiculous.
Okay, right there. Perfect. Well, I want to bring in Ann Taylor here. And welcome. See. Yeah, there we go. Oh boy. Boom. Okay. Let's talk about that alibi. Ann Taylor never once wrote ever, never. So I don't know who told them that the alibi said this was March 17th, or I'm sorry. This was 2024, okay? And this was it. And it was Mr. Kober moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022 as an avid runner and hiker. He explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored Hawaii Park in July of 2022, and this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Kober was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased, but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Mr. Kohlberger's phone, showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November. That's just a fact. This does not say Brian Kober was taking pictures on November 13th. This is just to show when she was explaining this, what Ann was explaining is that when you want to talk about behavior, when you talk about patterns of behavior, okay, period. Okay. It does not say that Mr. Kober was out taking pictures. So I'm totally confused as whoever told them that Brian's alibi was that he was using his phone to take pictures, because they're like, wait, he took his thumb, he shut off his phone, and he turned it back on at whatever time. And so to even write that his alibi was that he was taking pictures, you can't take pictures when your phone is off. So I am just putting that out there, is that Ann Taylor never said that Brian Kober was out taking pictures at Hawaii Park on November 13th. That is not. Okay. The Barnharts were hired to talk about patterns, habits of behavior with a cell phone. Okay. Next. I want to point out that in 2024, we all probably missed it. Okay. But right here in the same document, when she's talking about Cy-Ray, this is April of 2024. Mr. Kober intends to offer testimony from Cy-Ray into this partial alibi. It's corroborate where he was in the early morning hours, right? Well, it is no secret that the defense was trying to move the time of the crime because they believe the time of the crime was way earlier. Also, they were saying that if you believe the state's theory on when the time of the crime was, well, I've gone through documents as you guys have, and you guys have done it with me. And when you have in your own documents that the state is saying that this crime happened between 3 and 4, and then voila, now we're gonna at the last minute here, this is when this crime was. They were even saying that it was between 3 and 4, well knowing that Bethany and Dylan were texting each other, okay, and supposedly happening contemporaneously with what was going on. Why that's important is because here Ann Taylor is saying that additional information as to Mr. Koberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, include additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested, and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. This was in 2024. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Koberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. What she is saying there in 2024 is these timing advance records that you guys either didn't preserve them, right? Or you didn't go like, or you had them and then you didn't turn them over. Okay. And she's calling this out back in 2024. She is saying that this is really important because I'm of the opinion of like, dude, people don't teleport places, okay? People just don't teleport places. So Mr. Koberger intends to offer testimony of Cy Ray, which shows that in using other radio frequency, blah, 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 that Mr. Koberger's mobile device did not travel east of the Moscow-Pullman Highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman Highway near Floyd's shop. Okay. Now, we're going to show you guys something. This is the FBI report, okay? December 14th, 2022. And we're going to talk about these dates again. I want to start off with a burn of Leslie Lehman again and some other people. November 19th, November 21st, November 23rd, December 7th, and December 20th. The date items were received. These are the items for the videos that were provided to the FBI, which they went ahead and quote unquote were able to then ascertain what type of vehicle that was. And they never used any photo or video from 1112 King Road, never once, to determine anything. They relied on the Ridge Road camera. Okay. The Ridge Road camera at 401. And so I said to myself, well, when and who obtained the Ridge Road camera footage? Where did they get that from? So we're going to talk about that because it's in one of these reports. So the November 19th one, so then how we determine which ones all of these are is right here. They labeled the balcony video depicting, and that was received on 11/21/2022. Okay. How are you getting that? Like you gave that to the FBI on 11/21/2022. Like you had it on 11/13. They had access to it. Then this MP4 videos, 2 videos depicting question video, like this was 11/19. Again. Okay. Then on 12/7, multiple images, videos depicting video received on 11/23, which this is the I got a good one. And then you got this one on 12/20. And so I did my work and I said, this has to be the Pullman video that Vargas got. They actually got it on 12/18, but she picked it up on 12/20. Or it could have been sent, a little clip of it. See report 132 from Vargas. Who has any reports of giving the item to the feds, though? So you have to look at to see anybody that's saying I went and gave anything to the feds. And this is where we're going to get into this, which is, how do I want to explain this? Idaho State Police did a pretty good job of redacting everything, except when they interviewed Jack Showalter for the second time, as well as when they were monitoring him and they were surveying him. And the cat came out the bag, and Jack Showalter drove a Mazda 3 white. And if you go and you check, if you're a member of the channel, you can go and check the stock image. And you're going to see that the Mazda 3, that vehicle, the only thing that it is lacking is the fishy-like antenna top. Just saying. So, if you go back to the FBI, the details of the examination. So here, the date of the examination, November 19th through March 21st. This is the dates that they were examining things. This is the opinions. The videos submitted on November 19th and November 21st were reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. Due to insufficient image detail and obscured views produced by blooming of the vehicle's headlights, the make, model, and year could not be determined. This is where we realize that this has everything to do with 1112. Nothing was used. Okay. Now, the submitted videos on November 23rd were reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. The questioned vehicle shares similar class characteristics with a fifth generation Hyundai Elantra between 2011 and 2013. The similar class characteristics include, but are not limited to, the overall body shape, labeling all this stuff. Then, right here, Judge Hippler, I don't know how Anne failed to get this point across, or maybe she didn't fail to get the point across, or maybe she didn't have it in time, but this email and the date would confuse anybody, okay? It would make it seem like that all of this stuff was done on this date. That is incorrect. That is just the date that the email was sent. You actually have to open up the items. And when you get back to these vehicles that were found, which was Brian Koberger, you will see that the date of the observation was on 11/25. So Ann Taylor correctly tells the courts that you changed the year after you identified Brian Koberger. (11/25, 2022). That's when that's his. His vehicle was at 1630 Northeast Valley Road parking lot, and it was a Washington plate CFB 870 redacted, white, 2015. Now, ready? Why in the world would a guy on 11/25, 2022 that works for Now this is what's crazy, right? WSU is not Pullman. Pullman is not WSU. Okay. Payne goes ahead and he says in his probable cause affidavit that I didn't know that WSU had put in, blah, blah, blah. We found this and they drove by and blah, blah, blah. And all this stuff happened on the 28th. And Ann's like, wow, man, you guys got this is wild because Blaker is working straight up with Pullman and begins working with Pullman on 11/25. And Blaker knew that this was found. You know how I know that? Because you just have to read the email. Because this one on 11/28 is Sergeant Blaker, here is an updated list of vehicles that Sergeant Engel wanted you to have. An updated list. Do you think that they were updating it with past stuff? Or do you think that they were updating it with new stuff that was found on the 26th, 27th, 28th? Okay. You would already have had the 25th stuff. Okay. This is an updated, and Chris Engel, this is just an email but Chris Engel was working right with them. Okay. I mean, he was talking to them. He was debriefed. He was in the meeting. Okay. On 11/25. Why doesn't Payne tell anybody that Pullman was in that meeting? Why doesn't he tell them that anybody from WSU was in that meeting? Because that fuck up some shit, wouldn't it? Now, so on the 23rd, they're still of the opinion that it's a 2011, 2013. Then, on November 26th, and where Hitler was like, no, they identified him on December 19th. And that's where Ann's like saying, no, they didn't. Okay. No, they did not. They identified his car they have it. And there was only 10. Do you guys know how many vehicles there would have been? And how does somebody come across on 11/25, 2022, the same day that Pullman is told about this, that Love literally finds this vehicle? Anyways, but on November 26, 2022, after reviewing expanded known information to include the rear bumper reflector and the shape of the front fog lights on the Hyundai Elantra, the questioned vehicle's year was expanded to the 5th generation between 2011 and 2016. The submitted video received on December 7th was received to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year. Due to insufficient image detail, the vehicle's make, model, and year could not be determined, so you have to ixnay whatever they got that day. Then they submitted a vehicle on December 20th. They submitted, so that'd be the day after they. Okay, we're going to admit that we know who he is. We reviewed to determine the questioned vehicle's make, model, and year, and guess what? The questioned vehicle shares similar class characteristics with a 2014 to 2016, but are not limited to the overall body. So, ready? So I've been waiting for this, and you see how it says make, model, chart number 3? Do you know how many make, model charts there were? Do you know how many there were? Examination results. Okay. Now I know what Ann Taylor meant. Okay. examination results. Okay, 6 copies of this and 6 copies of 7 vehicle make model charts were forwarded to the Lewiston resident agency on March 8th, 2023. So 7 different make model chart combos. Guess which one of them? Guess what one of them was? Because remember, they had some suspects in mind before Brian Koberger. Well, it's whatever. You guys should go and see what what Showalter's vehicle looks like. There it is, bag of D's. There's none other than literally the Mazda, the 3. And I'm gonna show you what this looks like. I was blown. I was like, yeah, now we're talking. Because I'm over here trying to catch lies. I want to see where Anne lied. If she didn't lie, if she did lie. So here I'm going to take a look at this. And I'm going to show you guys that. Oopsies. Here you go. There we go. What? Man, you're full of shit. Fuck I am. I'll show you. I'll show you guys. I'll even bring you the extra receipts. Because I'm a receipt hoe. Let me show you. I'm a receipt hoe. Let's see. Here it is. Model 3 four-door automobile. Surveillance of Jack Showalter. Report 27. On December 3rd, 2022, Idaho State Police detectives conducted surveillance at blank, blank, blank in Boise. The surveillance operation was conducted on a potential homicide suspect identified as. On December 3rd, 2022, Idaho State Police detectives conducted surveillance at blank, blank, Boise, blah, blah, blah. The surveillance was conducted on a potential homicide suspect identified as blank, blank. At approximately 11:55 p.m., surveillance units set up around the residence. Idaho State Police detectives observed 3 vehicles parked at the residence. The following vehicles were observed. Boom, boom, boom. You think Showalter's over here like, what the fuck? There was one that was a silver, so you can like go through and see all this stuff. But they were monitoring. They did surveillance on him. Okay. Awesome. Next. He was cleared. All right, so we're going to go show you guys something again. Last episode, I had you guys, remember I told you guys that Leslie Lehman, they did 20 total residents, one of which she is saying that there was these are the streets that she did. Okay. This is a really big, important street because they're trying to get camera footage for that car that's leaving, right? So here's a good old Leslie on November 19th. Big old day. Okay, very important. Because I'm over here thinking, whatever this email from the FBI was given, right? Whatever he looked at on November 19th and whatever he looked at on November 21st, we couldn't decide. Like we can't do anything with it. Bye, 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 bye. So, but here's Leslie. They don't collect shit. Okay. They don't collect anything. Well, I was just totally amazed when I saw that on okay. They interviewed Showalter for a second time, Idaho State Police, but the FBI had interviewed him in between that. Okay, so they interviewed him, and this was written up on 12/6, but they had interviewed him a second time on December 6th, which would have been after the surveillance. So between 11/16 and that date, there was an FBI interview. And so I want to show you guys this one. His mom was like, yo, we're getting all this online stuff. They're coming from my, like this is getting out of control. Look at this. Look at how they treated them. Even her medical practice is now being pulled into the online rumors. I informed them that I wanted to focus on the days prior to the homicide. He's like, basically, I don't care. I don't care. And so I'm going to zoom in and I'm going to just point out a couple areas that are important. Showalter's second interview, but in between this, he talked to the feds. And how do I know that? It becomes clear. But so he said that he went out to the bars on Thursday night for the early weekend. Then he stayed home Friday night to recover from a hangover and to complete some schoolwork. He then went out and drank on Saturday and stayed home to recover and watch football on Sunday. It was a typical weekend, and he can't remember that weekend being any different. I asked Showalter if he knew about the sorority formal on Friday. He said maybe, but he really does not pay attention to that. He just, whatever, who cares? He does not follow those activities. Okay. He was unaware if they had a party on Friday at their house. Saturday, however, he was not sure. There was a party at the house because there were like 6 or 7 houses on King on that Saturday having parties. Blank only went to the parties at the blank building on the blah, blah, blah. So stupid. Okay. I asked Showalter to walk me through his entire day on Saturday, November 12th. Showalter informed us it was difficult since he was drinking all day that day. He did not attend the game, but did go to the party at the Whites. He went back to his apartment, then later on to the bars. Blank claimed he did not remember a lot of specifics, but there were people everywhere. He knew some of the people, many he did not know. Blank explained for the first 3 years, which you guys, this makes perfect sense. For the first 3 years of college, he had a girlfriend and he was in a relationship. He did not really party and partake with meeting people, and he was just focused on his relationship. As a result, Showalter did not know the number of people other seniors do, and he does not. So look at this. He does not know the number of other, like, hey, this person knows a ton of people. Okay, I'm a senior. I don't know as many people as these people do because I wasn't around. Like, look at what they're like. Everything is geared towards like, hey, it seems like you're a little fucking sus because you don't have a bunch of friends type of shit. Okay. Boston, love you. Love you. So, but there's a narrative going on here. Okay. Like you're an outcast. You're an outcast. And so he's just simply saying like, dude, as a result, he says, as a result, Showalter does not know the number of people other seniors do, and he does not talk to the individuals he does not know. Showalter believes since he does not know a lot of people and does not talk to a lot of people, that he has a quote unquote sus reputation. Showalter preferred hanging out with friends. If he does not know someone, he does not talk to them. Oh my God, makes perfect sense. You know what I mean? I then asked him, Showalter, if he was with blank on Saturday. Now, this is really important. And I'm going to switch back. Let's see. Because it's important to understand this part when he's like, clearly, this dude who's interviewing him, he has information and he's already talked to somebody else and he's vetting this. So, hey, we're going to talk about this again. So, please explain. I then asked Showalter if he was with blank, like first and last name is what I'm guessing, on Saturday. Showalter said yes and described blank as his good friend. Blank could not recall when he met up with Showalter that day or vice versa, but he believed blank and blank blank came to his apartment. Then they all went to the party at the, I'm guessing the Whites. Number 9, blank then looked at his phone. So Showalter looked at his phone and found a text message string between he and blank, this person. Same text message string FBI agent O'Neill photographed on blank phone. This is where I found out. I was like, okay, cheers. Now, either O'Neill found this because she was going through his, they downloaded his phone, which I want to rewind it back to his first interview. Did they take his phone and download it? Or did he have an interview with the FBI and them do it? The first text was sent by blank on Saturday at 4:16 to blank. It simply said, yo. Blank replied, what's up? And blank asked if blank was informed him he was going to get some food. Blank asked where blank was, and blank informed him he was back at his apartment getting ibuprofen for his back. Blank asked blank to grab him a couple of beers if there were any left. This was the last text message between blank and blank on Saturday. After reviewing the text string, I informed Showalter it appeared he and this person had been at the party prior to the start of the text string. Okay. Blank believed they went to the party at the blank around 1 or 2, but he could not recall the exact time. He did recall seeing Maddie and Kaylee and all the residents of 1122 King Road or King Street going outside and taking the photograph everyone sees now. Blank knew Maddie the best. He had known her since her freshman year. Blank said while attending the party at the Whites, he made several trips to his apartment to stretch and deal with his sore back. What? Oh, cops aren't like white. Now you're taking multiple trips. Okay. Like, I asked Blank if he remembered going to the blank house with Blank. Blank replied, meaning Showalter, not really. Then said that is why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked. So I asked Showalter if he remembered going to the blank house with Blank. And then I said to myself, oh my God, he's asking him, do you remember going to the Sigma Chi house? That's what I'm thinking, right? This is going to get really crazy. I asked Showalter if he remembered going to blank house with Blank. Showalter replied, not really. Then said that is why he agreed to go to the other bar with Kaylee and Maddie when they asked. He does the same thing every weekend, and it is hard to remember. Dude, that is such a true statement. When you do the same thing over and over, or how about this, guys? Why are you asking me questions on December 6th? Okay. You asked me questions on this day on the 16th. Then we do this again when? Not till December 6th. Tell me that there was an interview between that with the FBI. So I confronted Showalter. When you see the words I confronted Showalter with the information we had gathered, reference he and this person had been picked up by a fraternity DD, driven to get food and beer, then dropped off at the blank fraternity house. Showalter responded that would not be out of the normal, but did specifically recall. I think it's but didn't specifically recall. What this means is that Showalter, what he's trying to say is that, hey, you said you walked straight home and you went straight home. Okay? I'm confronting you with the fact that we talked to somebody else and a DD had picked you up and picked up this other kid, went and got food, and then took you guys to a house, the Sigma Chi house or somewhere. Okay? And he's over here like, so I confronted him with the information that we had gathered. Reference he and this person had been picked up by a fraternity DD, driven to get food and beer, then dropped off at the blank fraternity house. Sergeant Hopkins asked Showalter about purchasing a 30-pack of beer, and this is where I said, oh my God, here we go. Ready? Remember I told you guys about the pictures in Xana's room about that 30-pack of beer, the Coors Light 30-pack, and I was like, you guys, I'm telling you, if that has beer in it and you live in that house, okay, there's rules. There's like house rules, man. Your friends that come to your party, they keep their fucking beer out and carry it, you know what I mean? But if it's our shit, if it's my stuff, that's going on the refrigerator. Okay. They also in college, believe it or not, you have each room almost, you have your own little refrigerator. Okay. So I called this when I said, you guys, something is off about that beer. I'm telling you, you would never leave beer that is yours in your room. Okay. So Sergeant Hopkins asked Showalter about purchasing a 30-pack of beer and splitting the beers between himself and Blank. Blank did not recall if they purchased a 30-pack on Saturday, but it was normal for him and Blank to purchase beer and split it up between the two of them. He could not remember if he did that on Saturday because they were drinking all day. Sergeant Hopkins asked what type of beer they typically purchased. And Showalter informed us it was usually Keystone, Natural Ice, or any cheap lager beer. I said, interesting. Now goes like, remember there's also a book bag in the living room? Okay. So he wants to find out about this beer. I instructed Showalter to refer to the text string between himself and this person and look at some of the communication on Monday. Specifically where he was asking, so this is, look at this on Monday. Specifically where he was asking Blank if he wanted the bag back. Blank were at the Blank house and Blank had passed out. Blank took a bag from Blank and filled it with approximately 15 beers. He believed he went back to his apartment because the bag was at his apartment and he had to return the bag to Blank. Listen, I'm going to break this all down. So this guy's like, hey, I'm gonna tell you to come look at this text string. Okay. And this text string is saying that on Monday, okay, you text and ask this kid, hey, do you want me to bring the bag back? Right? I instructed Showalter to refer to the text string between himself and this person and look at some of the communication on Monday, specifically where he was asking this person if he wanted the bag back. Showalter did not see Blank again that day or night because this person went to the bars and Blank did not. And so what Showalter is saying, he's like, oh, yeah, it's because I asked this person that on Monday because I didn't see them again on Saturday. But ready for this? Then this doesn't make any sense because if Showalter is, hey, I'm taking this bag, I'm going to get beer, I'm filling it up, and then I'm going back to this party with this beer. So then therefore I would just give you the backpack, right? Because I headed back wherever the hell you were to bring the backpack with y'all, like to you. Like, how do you still have the backpack, right? But at the end of the day, when you slice and dice it, on Monday, you clearly have this backpack, right? And so what he's trying to like get him to see is that, in my opinion, is that you did not go straight home, right? And it looks like that you went where? Another thing is that there's somebody out there that was interviewed, and it has to be by the feds. Because we haven't come across it where somebody was like, hey, I was with Showalter that night and I came and picked him up with my DD and blah, blah, blah. Because I'm over here saying, how did you find this information out? How did ISP get this information? You didn't interview the other person. Well, the feds had to have. And you're looking at his Cellbrite and you would then have it all downloaded with all of his text messaging. But then I'm over here like, and you guys weren't looking at Bethany or Dylan's? to say like, holy shit, everybody is fucking deleting messages? Dumpster guy also had a backpack over their shoulder when waiting to get picked up. Well, sounds like dumpster guy is Jack Showalter or his friend. So then going back over here. I asked Showalter how he got from his apartment to the corner club. Ready? Showalter responded, probably a DD, a designated driver. Okay. There's a couple things I will say about this. When you're asked immediately about something that occurred, then it's going to be like in your, like, oh my God, right? I mean, you have to be pretty fucked up if you ask me what I did and it was 2 days or a day after the people that I were hanging out with were murdered, that night. And you ask me then that day or that day after, like, hello, you're going to, like, and I realized that they were murdered within, like, I don't know, 6 to 8 hours. It's going to be fresh in my mind. It's going to not only be fresh in my mind, but it's going to stay there. So here he doesn't know how he got to the corner club. Probably a DD. Okay. Showalter did not recall the clothing blank was wearing Saturday the 12th. Now, is that the clothing that he was wearing Saturday the 12th? Like, what are you talking about? This is the clothing that is in every picture, I thought. Like, when I'm saying picture, I'm talking about the Twitch videos and shit. The next contact Showalter had with this person was Sunday morning sometime. Blank blank was with blank driving to get some food. Someone called someone and asked what was going on at the house down the street from blank's apartment. Showalter's apartment. Showalter indicated he already told us what happened after that in his previous interview. Well, guess what Showalter didn't tell us? He never told us that he was with somebody going and getting food. He said that he was watching football and that he couldn't figure out if he had went to Floyd's before or after he started watching football. So, and he's saying, I told you what happened after that in his previous interview. This person, or I'm sorry, Showalter could not remember anything out of the normal that weekend. He had said goodbye to Maddie and thought he would see her in class after they got picked up at the food truck. Showalter described, I'm guessing it's Showalter here, but Showalter described Showalter as laid back and quiet. If people don't know him well, they would view him as an outsider. Or is he talking about the guy that he's supposed to be hanging out with, his friends? I don't know. So he's either talking about himself or he's talking about this other kid. Blank is very quiet and will not open up to unless he knows you. That's what I'm guessing is Showalter said that this person is a great guy and knows he would not have done this shit for sure. He would not, and he puts it in quotes, he would not have done this shit for sure. They have been friends since the 7th grade. They attended blank, and U of I together. So I'm guessing like middle school, high school, and U of I together. Showalter has always had that person's back or vice versa, or he has always had Showalter's back, and Showalter described this person as a ride or die buddy. I know. They could have just given initials of it. They weren't even going to give us that. Sorry, I'm trying to break it down the best I can when it gets confusing. All right. Showalter is what I think is there. Showalter informed us Maddie cared about this name. So maybe he's talking about Maddie's boyfriend here, because they used to be close. But then I'm like, what? Or it's his friend. You know what I mean? Like, what? So this person and Maddie had an on and off again blank relationship. I'm guessing sexual, casual, I don't know, something there in the past. It worked for that whoever this person is, because that person didn't really want a girlfriend. But Showalter claimed it was difficult to describe because this person did not really talk about those things or brag about girls. Showalter knew Blank and Maddie had gone on a trip to Cabo, Mexico, with a large group of U of I students during spring break last year. Showalter did not go, but the trip, which was arranged by a guy in the whatever fraternity. And then this person, I'm guessing it's this. See how it's like the same size. This person did not have a sexual relationship with anyone else living in the 1122 King Street house. Xana had been in past relationships with this person and another guy, Blank. Did not know, but she appeared happy with Ethan. Blank did not know Kaylee and didn't know she used to date the whatever this is, known to be this. Showalter did not know. And then Showalter did not know. Showalter doesn't know anything. This is going to blow your minds when they start continuing to talk here. You're asking a guy that doesn't know anything. He indicated he may recognize them if he saw a photograph, but he does not know them. The only individual he really knew from that house was Maddie due to mutual classes together. Circle 27. Showalter did not know the number of times that that other person they're talking about had been inside the 1122 King residence, especially since that person had been banned from the corner club for a while, and Showalter did not know what this person was doing while Blank continued to frequent the bar. Showalter expanded on this person being banned at the corner club. He indicated there was a 2-strike system at the bar, and after you had 2 strikes, you were banned by the bar for a period of time. Showalter admitted it was his fault for that person being banned, and they both should have only had 1 strike. Basically, what ended up happening is this kid got Showalter's strike. Anyways, moving on. Showalter admitted he and this guy had gotten into fights with other individuals. He explained they didn't go out looking to hurt people. They are generally drunken arguments, and most of the time they involve individuals from other fraternities. I asked Showalter if he noticed any strange alumni or strangers while attending the party at the blank. He did not see anyone out of place. He was at the party or at the corner club. Showalter said after the girls were picked up from the food truck, he did not want to wait for a ride and did not even know if his DD was even still accepting calls. So he walked home. Showalter informed us it was no big deal to walk home. When they were at the food truck, he believed he and the girls were going to go to another bar. And now that makes all the sense in the world as to why the fuck he was waiting around. That changes the whole creep level for me. Okay? Because they decided, okay, hey, let's stop at the grub truck. And then we're going to John's Alley. Right? Now, unless he's just making that part of it up now to make himself look better, but that would make sense to me. Like, I'm waiting around because we're going to John's Alley. Okay. Totally makes sense. So, okay, so when they were at the food truck, he believed that the girls were going to another bar, but they were drunk and got a ride home, he presumed. Due to the homicides and the rumor circulating around campus that classes could go online, he made the decision to return to Boise. On his way out of town, he stopped and saw blank. Blank returned the bag he had taken to transport the beer on Saturday and an HDMI cable he had borrowed to watch football. Blank was active in the fraternity. This person lived at the fraternity house, paid rent and his dues. So whoever this kid is. This kid was also the blank for the blank fraternity. President, I don't know, something important. This person is also a blank blank member and has been since his freshman year, but Showalter only pays his dues, which gives him access to the fraternity only one meal a week. And so Jack Showalter usually uses the fraternity house on Monday nights because the house chapter has meetings, and so then he just does it all on Monday. Thank you, Heather Feather. I will pick my favorite pickle. Sergeant Hopkins and I asked about the house known as blank located at this address. So I don't know if they would say it looks kind of could be like tree house. Okay. Informed us that it's an off-campus house associated with this, and then it says fraternity, and I was like, that's probably not that. The Whites, I don't know. But it says the house, so the Whites is an apartment. So, anyways, he wants to know about this house. And it's just like upperclassmen often transition out of the fraternity house and move into that. Sometimes other individuals will rent a room at the house. At one time, a football player was living there, and even a professor stayed there for a while. I asked Showalter if he had any knowledge about Kaylee having a blank relationship, and I'm guessing, what do you think that is? A blank relationship with a blank. So with a blank. So I'm guessing with an athlete, with a professor, because of what they just said here. So I asked Showalter if he had any knowledge about Kaylee having some type of relationship with a professor. Showalter stated he had heard rumors but thought they were weird because the rumor he had heard was Kaylee was involved with a blank or blank. And he understood Kaylee was, and it says in quote, because there's like a quote, like, and he understood that Kaylee was blank. And so I'm telling you right now what I think this says is, I think that this little quote here, what the heck? See, you can see that right there. He understood Kaylee was straight. That's what I think that says. Remember I told you guys about this? So, again, I asked Showalter if he had any knowledge about Kaylee having a blank relationship with a professor. It's my guess. You know, sexual, a weird relationship. I mean, what? Showalter stated he had heard rumors, but thought that they were weird because the rumor he had heard was that Kaylee was involved with a female professor or a blank, And he understood Kaylee was straight. That's what it looks like to me. So, I mean, Showalter believed it to be outlandish rumor, and it would be more believable if it was a male professor. See? Much shorter. Female professor. Okay, and so I'm over here wondering, I'm like, oh my God, is he talking about the TikTok shit? We're talking about rumors. I'm over here, guys, wondering, why are you asking Showalter shit? He's telling you he doesn't even know this fraud. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's just wild that a police officer is asking these questions. Because my next question is wait, how do you know this? If you say you don't know this, like, that would be my next question. I would be like, oh, I thought you didn't know her. And, I would be like, turning that for some reason. Like, this is just wild. I know that it's a college professor because it gets into that. Because it's 100% a professor, guys. Because the professor starts coming up it's somebody that takes kids out to get coffee and shit. And then he wouldn't give his DNA over and he wouldn't give his phone over. And it's, So, you guys, I'm going to tell you that I know that it's not police officer. You know how I know it's not police officer? God, I love explaining things like this. Okay. I asked Showalter if he had any knowledge about Kaylee having a sexual or a weird, because look at weird. See how weird? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to be that. Relationship with a period. It's not police officer right there. It's not a police officer. This is a professor. It's one word, period. Showalter stated he heard rumors, but thought they were weird because the rumor he had heard was that Kaylee was involved with a female professor. Or now that's going to be interesting. And he understood Kaylee was, there's a little quote, and he thought Kaylee was straight. That is what he's saying. I thought Kaylee was straight. That is what he's saying. Okay. Okay. It's just facts. I'll take it to the bank. Reveal the letters. Playing Wheel of Fortune. Guaranteed, take it to the bank. Because what comes up here in the next couple of interviews is this professor emerges. Okay. That's just what it is. These are just. But I'm over here like, why are you asking him? Why aren't you asking this of fucking the roommates? You know what I mean? Why don't you ask this question to Dylan or Bethany? I mean, what the fuck? And why are you listening to somebody online? Oh, shit. Gotta crack a beer, man. Fuck, how dumb. Okay. He's like, I understood her to be straight. Showalter believed it to be outlandish. See, outlandish rumor. And it would be more believable if it was a male professor, period. So Showalter again informed us he did not really know Kaylee and did not know if she had a job. What? His only connection to Kaylee was due to knowing Maddie. Showalter did not even initially know Kaylee was the girl with Maddie at the corner club on Saturday night. It was a chance encounter, seeing Maddie at the bar, and he had been talking with only Maddie. It was Maddie that invited him to go with him. I'm sorry, it was Maddie that invited him to go with them to John's Alley to get some food. But they decided to get food at the food truck, which would make sense if the corner club doesn't have any. So they're going to go to John's Alley, and they say, let's just go to the food truck. Why? Since returning to Boise, Showalter has been hanging out at home playing Xbox. He has gone out to the bars with this person a couple of times, but he's been staying at his house most of the time. And guess what? He wasn't lying, because the night that they were traveling around and watching him, he went to the bar. Blank did inform Blank someone had called a tip into the police pretending to be his mother. What? You guys, this is crazy. This interview was 2 hours and 32 minutes. Showalter discussed some of the internet rumors accusing him of the homicides. Everyone continues to ask him what happened that night, and he informs them he has no idea. He has always thought the students would figure out who committed the homicides before the police, because they know the community better than the police. Now that the homicides have not been solved and the students do not know who committed the crime, everyone is scared. And I was like, wow, that's actually really good insight there. It is really, really good insight. Because what that would tell me is that it's not in their inner circle. This isn't somebody that goes to school there. Basically is what I would be taking from that. Sergeant Hopkins and I asked Showalter about the most recent issues resulting in blank for blank inform, and he's talking about the fraternity. Like, what are they in trouble? Like, what's going on? At the end of the interview, I asked Showalter if he would consent to us getting a set of major crime fingerprints from him before he left. He agreed, and ISP took his fingerprints. Now, wild shit. Let's talk about some more wild shit. Wild. Going back like this. Let's see. Okay. All right. So we are going to look at Supplemental 20 to do a little timeline. This is just for a timeline blurb. And when you're looking at Supplemental 20, this person, blank suspected someone would have been going after Kaylee or Morgan and just ran into Xana. I was like, whoa, hey, yo, wow. Xana was one of the most popular girls in Greek Row, and everyone knew and liked her. This person had heard Kaylee had a stalker, but did not know the validity of any of that. Okay, great, thanks. Right here, there are apartments around. So here, it was a super drunk night. After another friend of whoever took a photo of Xana in the apartment playing a guitar and posted it to her Snapchat story at around 2 a.m. So this is Xana still at Sigma Chi at 2 a.m. Remember? We talked about that. Pointed that out. We're going to get a little deeper into their timeline. Now, I went through these cell phones. I'm not going to put up the crime scene. You guys can read that on your own. I think it's best. But I do want to talk about the crime scene in terms of one or like a couple different things. And Okay. This is report 30. And this is all about following up on tips. Just the tips. And this tip number 2125. And then do you see how this says 2152? I was like, these fuckers. I was like, I'll catch it. I'll catch all. I was like, well, either this is the wrong tip or it's a typo, okay? So incident 2125. And because they're saying that they're following up on these tips. See how it says 2152. So either it's a typo or, but I just pointed that out, there'd be a problem there. You want to look into that. And so on November 26th, which is a really important day, Detective Spencer, District 5, and I went to blank location at whatever. The assistant manager, this person was present and allowed Detective and I permission to view their video footage. The view from a camera that showed White Ave revealed no vehicles that matched the suspect vehicle. We also reviewed the video for the camera that shows Mountain View Road. There were no vehicles that matched the suspect vehicle present. This incident can be closed. Are you fucking kidding me? Wait, what do you mean you just went and reviewed a video? Did you get the video? Suspect vehicle? I was like, wait a second. Tell me that you, like, what video are you talking about? I mean, this is really, really important. What time are you reviewing cameras? And you tell me that you took this video, like you took it in. Because they went to the place and they just asked them to view their cameras and then said, okay, nothing's there at that time. Okay, we can leave. What? Well, what time were you looking at? I'm just curious. That is absolute shit, you guys. That is not good. That is horrible. That's donkey dick. That is absolute shit. Okay. This incident can be closed. Oh, can it? Oh, can it? These are tips. So somebody called in the tip and it said that the assistant manager was present and allowed detective, hey, I want permission to look at their video footage. Well, then what else does it say you wanted? Well, this incident that's on the same report, 2137 on November 26th, I called the whatever to set up a time to pick up their surveillance video. I was like, oh my God, this is the first time that we've seen this. So I had to like make a note of this. There was no answer and I left a message. Later the same day, Detective Blank and I, or I'm sorry, Detective whatever his name is, Spencer, they went to wherever to locate whatever in Moscow. A sign on the management door advised that the office is open Monday through Friday. On November 28th, we went back and met with this person. We looked at the only camera in the front of the store. This person advised that this camera shows the crosswalk area directly in front of the in front of the front door, and advised that there weren't any other views. This information was reported to detective, and this incident was closed. You're there. Why don't you say, okay? So these people didn't get the video from whatever place that was at. This incident on this 2156, I called this phone number and a tip that the voicemail was saying set up a time to retrieve the video surveillance. On November 28th, I spoke with this person on the phone, advised that he checked his video surveillance for the needed date and times. and that it didn't show any traffic on the highway past his business. I relayed this information to Detective Roberts, and this incident was closed. Let me tell you guys something about that. How do you know that the camera time isn't off? And that, in fact, somewhere along the line, hey, your actually camera's off a couple hours. And so you actually want to look at this timestamp instead of that timestamp. And you're going to take the word of like this person. No, you're going to take your happy, lazy ass the fuck over there and you're going to preserve the shit. This isn't what you would do. You would have to make sure a bunch of things. Incident this. I called the phone number on the tip. There was no answer, and I left a voicemail. This was to confirm whether the caller had been able to locate or upload his video footage using the link that he had been provided. On November 28th, 2022, at around 8:32 a.m., I spoke with this person, advised that he was able to upload his video to the FBI link. I relayed this information to Detective Roberts, and this incident is closed. Okay, so then I realized, okay, now I see how they were doing everything. Remember how the FBI was like, they were handling all the digital media stuff, okay? The FBI was. And so let me get this straight. ISP would go out and canvass the areas and say, hey, all of these places have cameras. And then I would think to myself, how Moscow does not know who has cameras and who doesn't at that point in like life and time in 2022. Like you would have a list because this isn't the first time that there's ever been a crime in your town. Okay. So you would call these people on the phone, wouldn't you? Call the business and ask, say who you are and say that we need you to upload. If you have a camera, we want you to upload to the link, blah, blah, blah. And then so the FBI would be keeping track of that. So this has stuff to do with what the FBI is doing. Then why is ISP doing this? No wonder why Ann Taylor was like pulling her hair out. I don't think anything else is relevant. Okay. I think I thought this was crazy. This tip is regarding a photo of a male with a beard. Was that the grub truck in Moscow? Who the fuck was calling in these tips, man? You guys all suck. A guy with a beard at the grub truck in Moscow. Around the approximate time that the victims were also at the grub truck, the male in the photo had a large knife on his hip. Gosh. Is that right? Oh, for hell's sake. Okay. On November 27th at approximately 11:40, we conducted an interview with this person. How did you figure out who it was? At his residence in Pullman. During the interview, this person advised that he had interviewed for a job at wherever on November 9th. What does that have to do with shit? And hadn't been back to wherever since wherever. Advised that he doesn't go out to the bars. And when asked about the Grub Hub, he advised that he didn't know what that was. That's not the Grub Hub. This person advised that he does not carry a large knife. Well, no shit. What random person did you just hit up in Pullman? Is this Steve Gordon? Is this Officer Gordon driving around saying, hey, you look like you. Can I ask you some questions? This is crazy. This person has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I have no idea what the Grubhub is. Oh, well, that's not the name of it. Maybe that's why. He advised that he does not carry a large knife on him and proceeded to show us a small pocket knife that he had on his person. And I'm like, what the fuck? This is me reading these things and I'm just making my little notes like, this is crazy. These people, man, we were trying to solve a murder and these assholes are calling the tip line like a bunch of fucking morons. Like so stupid. This poor guy's like, you want to see my Swiss Army knife here? This is great. This is great. I saw two of the knives and he advised that the other one was a sword. Just like, he's got a sword. This person is approximately blank and around blank plus pounds. He was not a match for the person who was in the. Oh, really? You just finally realized that after all this shit. I mean, get out of here. He was not a match of the male in the photo, and he did not match the description of the suspect. The description of the suspect. Well, if that's the case, you guys, if there's this, and he did not match the description of the suspect, how tall is Jack Showalter? Somebody get me, how tall is Jack Showalter? There's no way that Jack Showalter matches that. Isn't he? He's like not that tall. Ridiculous. Donna says, Lana, your laugh is so joyful. It makes me laugh. You laughing? Well, I just sometimes have to just ask these fools. I mean, what fools? Watch this. The only reason I'm showing you guys is because I want to laugh a little. Look at me highlighting over here. I'm like, yeah, look at these. Look at these peeps. Yeah. So, I mean, do you see how they just contradict themselves? Like, he just didn't look like he's not the sus. I mean, look at this badass. I mean, come on. I mean, that's basically what he's saying. Let's not kid ourselves. He's like, I mean, I think Dylan could tell. So here, the 1345 incident, this little tip, I was assigned the incident by Detective. This was referenced to a few social media accounts regarding photo timestamps. Somebody called in the tip line like, dude, these timestamps are off. Nothing else was requested. On November 27th, I reviewed the requested material and nothing of importance was noted. Okay. I don't know, maybe Dylan taking pictures and putting them on social media at 3:33 would be important. Lana, why do you think Jack Showalter has nothing to do with it? A couple of reasons. Because all the DNA inside the house, there's all that DNA. There's blood. It doesn't match his. But yeah. Okay, this incident, 0775. On November 27th, 2022, I was assigned the incident. This tip was to obtain video footage from wherever. Who owns a store at wherever. I called this person. I left a voicemail on this day. I called this. I called on this voicemail. I provided the FBI video link so that this person could upload his video. How did Ann Taylor get any of this shit if the FBI had all of these videos? I reported this to detective, and that was my involvement. Incident, whatever, 2041. On this tip, there was information regarding video footage from this place in Moscow. The caller was this person. On the same date, I contacted and advised that the tip wasn't to obtain the video footage, but to let police know that he was on his way to the airport on the day of the homicides and was near the intersection of Taylor Avenue and Blake and didn't see anyone out and about. This person advised that he drove through the area between 3:55 and 4 a.m. This would blow up. This is what we're missing. This is Taylor and Blake. That's right where Linda Lane is. No further on this incident. What would it mean no further on this incident? Wouldn't you call him and ask him what the fuck kind of car he drives? Look at me. I said, what kind of vehicle did he drive? What do you mean nothing to see here? What? This dude is this is oh my god. I mean, I don't know. I would ask him what kind of car he drove. Incident 2813. Incident 2519. This was okay. So, oh god, this is Jeremy. I think this is Jeremy. But on November 28th, around 2 p.m., Idaho State Police Powell and I conducted an interview with this person in his apartment located at this place. During the interview, this person had a calm demeanor. This person appeared to be whatever and weighs around whatever pounds. And he advised that the day of November 12th, he was home most of the day and he took his dog out a few times to use the bathroom. The night of November 12th, he was home alone with his dog and advised that he went to bed around 11:30. He advised that he doesn't go out to the bars often unless he is invited by his friends. He advised that on Sunday morning, the 13th, he woke up around 8 or 9 and that he woke up around 8 or 9, advised that a shelter in place came into effect around 1. Blank advised that he walked his dog down the road past the victim's home, which is where his dog uses the bathroom. He advised that he walked past the homicide house and didn't notice anything off about the home, and he believed that the door was closed. This person contacted the law. What? This person contacted he advised that later the 13th between 4 and 6 he went to go do laundry. He advised that his first contact with law enforcement was around an hour after the shelter in place. This person advised that after doing laundry he stayed home for the rest of the evening. This person advised that he is blank at the U of I. He advised that he knew that people on social media and on the internet were accusing him of the crime. I thought that this dude said that the door was open. If this is who this is, what? He's not making any sense. But then we have to, these people writing that down. So that's why I always have to listen to everything. So you'd want to listen to this because he's probably writing. I mean, they fuck shit up, but this is this Jeremy dude because look at what he says. He's like, these people online are accusing me of the crime. He advised that he's willing to provide a DNA sample to clear his name. Why would he think that a DNA sample would clear his name? That's interesting to me. You know what I mean? I think that that's more interesting than anything else is that, hey, I'll give you my DNA to clear me. Well, how do you even know that we have DNA? You know? I'll give you my DNA, man. This person also advised that he didn't know any of the victims. On 12/5/2022, I downloaded the recording and copied it onto a CD. The CD will be mailed with the report packet to Moscow PD. fucking weird. Well, something's off there. Either the door was really open and they just wrote closed because they're trying to not have people looking at stuff. But hey, Jeremy, why don't you take a look, and I want you to re-interview with Lauren from Hidden Crime, and someone needs to clear up this fuckerage. You understand me? Who's going to do it? Who's going to clear this up? I'm calling. I want something to happen. I want someone to fix this mistake. Jeremy was crying on social media. Okay. Next, look at who comes through. No, Detective Gary Tolson, you son of a bitch. What's up, Gare? Long time no see your name. Gary. Okay, Gary. So when good Gare Bear was doing this, here you go. So this would be somebody that would be mega important, because this person who Gare Bear interviewed, she said that after the Sigma Chi party, she went to a party at I'm guessing the Whites, who knows. She was at the party until approximately 4 a.m. She described the blank as being on the same road as Xana's apartment. When she left the apartment, she was walking and ran into one of her good friends. What? Is it Molly? Then I was like, no, fuck, Molly isn't born in 2002. Do you understand what they're saying here? Does anybody understand what's going on? 4 a.m., you just ran into somebody, because where did this occur? Wouldn't you be asking some questions about, okay, where did you run into this person? You're on the road that Xana lives on, and at 4 a.m., you leave a party and you run into another friend? She believed that this person had been at Xana's apartment earlier that evening. Her interaction with this person occurred at the blank. When she was walking down from the apartments, this person was talking to a group of people. She believed this person stayed at the blank when she left. Like, there's hella people. This is 4 a.m. Gary doesn't know what the hell is up, because Gary's done no interviews. Gary has no idea that this is significant. Harris, this is so significant. And Gary is just like, la da da da. Okay. Is this the L girl watching the Vampire Diaries? Well, we're going to get to that. So just Gare Bear over here, just typing up away, saying that maybe this person, we need to get her phone. We need to check her whereabouts. But she had seen what she described as Snapchat videos took at Xana's apartment earlier in the evening. Who? When? She believed we should talk to her ex-boyfriend. He frequented Xana's apartment regularly. I would love to know if is that Hunter Johnson? Who is that? Because that's why she wasn't go around at Harvey at all. Okay. So I learned a little bit something about Yik Yak, whatever it's called. Yickety Yak, don't talk back. She described a social media app called Yik Yak, Yickety Yak, which is used to post a variety of information. I'm like, dude, these stalking apps. Nobody has to stalk anymore. The posts are anonymous and can be seen by everyone on the app in a 5-mile radius. So whatever you post on this app, it's anonymous and everybody can see it. parties are sometimes posted, but she did know if anything was posted about 1122 King Road the night of the homicide. Well, can she look? Do they like disappear? She stated many of the students use Snapchat and have active Snap maps. Yeah, they do. However, she did not see Xana or Ethan on Snap maps from that night. Interesting. You guys ready? Because I'm about to go ham on this. Remember how the police, hey, we're trying to locate Xana and Ethan's whereabouts. Okay, it's like, dude, do you not have their cell phones? Were you not able to download these cell phones? Were you not able to get their locations? Like, everybody's texting and, chatting each other and snapping and Instagramming and blah, 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 right? On December 5th, Detective Tolson contacted this person. This person told Detective Tolson he was not at King Street Apartments the night of the homicide. I contacted her to clarify if she knew for certain that this person was at Cronos the day of the homicide. She told me she was mistaken. What a bitch. I'm totally wrong. What? Blank had been at whatever apartment, which was just in the same area. Okay, Gare. Nothing. That was fine with Gary. Gary was like, okay, I know nothing further. No big deal. So, like I said, I'm not going to show, but I will. Let's look here. Okay. At the crime scene, just want to point out, because I was looking for cell phones. That's all I cared about was finding cell phones for this. And so here, gray colored iPhone located on the floor next to Xana's left side. So like she had, okay. Black colored iPhone located on nightstand of floor 3. Okay. Maddie's room. Kaylee's was under the head of Kaylee, okay? So now, next. Where's Ethan's phone? iPhone. Then they're upstairs. iPhone. Xana's iPhone. Maddie's iPhone. Kaylee's iPhone. At this point, up to this point here, see everything's like the 2. Everything's kitchen. And then right when you get to here, now you're getting to the 3rd floors. Okay. Let's see. Pink colored iPhone located on bed of floor 2, west bedroom. iPhone gray colored located on floor next to Xana's left side. So did Ethan have the pink phone or did Xana have the pink phone? What do we think? Pink, I know, but do you think that would have been Ethan's or do you think that would have been Xana's? because I want to tell you something that I think is going to be really, really interesting. Okay, ready? If Ethan's phone was used to make the DoorDash, okay? If Ethan's phone was used to make the DoorDash, right? That means I couldn't use my phone. I'd have to use whoever phone made the DoorDash to actually try to communicate with the DoorDash driver to like locate her to figure out where she's at, right? So when I saw that it said that the pink phone, okay, the pink phone is located on the bed of that's in that room, but the gray phone is by Xana, then that could potentially be consistent with Xana having actually Ethan's phone because she's using the DoorDash app. Because what you can do is you can track and locate like your DoorDash, like to see where the fuck they are, and you can also communicate with them to be like, where the hell are you? Stuff like that. Which would make sense then why that gray phone is by Xana and Xana's phone is actually in the bed. Also, see. Hold on, let me put about that. Okay. Now, on November 14th at 12:10 a.m., all of the evidence collected was turned over to Detective Payne, right? Something that I thought was interesting is that Maddie and Kaylee basically had that comforter. It was pulled over them because none of the stabbings went through the blood, like went through the sheet, like went through the comforter. So it was like pulled over like after the fact. So I think it's really interesting with the I want to see the pictures where the sheath is. If in fact if the blankets were pulled over, because it's saying that that Kaylee and Maddie were underneath the comforter. There's no we were looking. I was trying to look for. That's what me and Scott Roeder were talking about. So yeah. Let's see. There was one other thing I wanted to point out because I'm not gonna. Oops. Okay, I think he's 32. Okay. When Blaker when it says Dustin Blaker provided me with the following verbal briefing. What's interesting about it is that Dustin Blaker says that he doesn't know that there's a knife sheath there yet. And he finds out from ISP. So why is Dustin Blaker telling it to ISP? Okay. So what I'm going to point out here is that this is what Ann Taylor would have used. And so right here, Detective Blaker provided me with the following verbal briefing. Okay. In Detective Blaker's PCA, okay, he says that he finds out from ISP that there was a sheath. Okay. And that's not accurate. Right here. Again, as I entered the bedroom, on the bed where Kaylee and Maddie were, they were covered by the comforter with a large, and then it says there was a tan colored leather sheath partially covered by the comforter. And so if you back this up, because you would, and you need to go to right here on November 13th at 12:22. That's when MPD requested ISP. Okay, so now we have that. We can add that to the exact time that occurred. And at about 12:34 p.m., ISP Darren Gilbertson advised me of the request. I was assigned as the ISP lead crime scene investigator. So Darren did the investigating of like this guy Talbert was involved with. He's doing all of the crime scene. He would pick who his CSI is going to be to photograph, and that's what he's listing here. At about 2:41 p.m., I arrive on scene. Already on scene were MPD, and this is who was there. Detective Blaker provided me with the following verbal briefing. And I said to myself, how in the world would you ever be able to write up a report and be able to list this briefing? Okay. All of this. So hang tight. Now, if you go back to 7, 3, 4, 5, where's 1? Okay. He waited to write this on 12/6/2022 for something that is from November, right? 13th. I would love to know when that whole working document that Ann Taylor was trying to find out, which was the probable cause, because this blows everything out of the water. ISP did not tell anybody about anything. ISP was informed by Moscow Police Department of that sheath, and that is very, very problematic. Also, they said they were waiting to get into the crime scene because they wanted to get a search warrant, right? Well, that's just damn wild. All these people were inside that crime scene tape before then. You know who documented it? Someone by the name of, I don't know, 3 or 4 of the members of Moscow Police Department, and they put it in their reports, and they wrote up their reports, thank God, on the 13th, and so then nobody could fuck with it. It was already in. I just say and do whatever, man. You know how many people had their hands on it? Like, I mean, being in charge of all these people and knowing what everybody's doing. We're talking about 120 officers. I just think that that's, you know, wow. So after the 13th, when they got those 56 items, they then went back on the 14th. And they were really good about taking pictures as the scene was, things like that. And they were so good at it that it actually were able to show, if you look at the pictures taken, and so I'm going to direct your attention to this right here, which is I have it on my, let's see, posts. Okay, right here. Let's take a look at this. Let's view this. Okay. You guys can be the judge. All right. So here's the. Oh boy. I'm going to have to pull it up a different way. Fuck. Yeah. Okay. Let me pull it up a different way. We're going to print something. Okay, remember when, what's his name went in? The guy Schneider was taking pictures from Moscow. And then they have the actual crime scene CSI guys. And so here, we're going to use Hector. We're going to do side by side. Okay. We're going to circle stuff. No. That's not what I want. Okay. There you go. We got some issues in this bit. We got people that don't know how to walk through a crime scene. This is how the beer is facing when Schneider's taking it right when they get there, okay? See? This is how the can is facing when the crime scene tech people are taking the picture. Okay. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Like, how do you even hit that? Look at that. Picture on your left. So this is up the stairs. So this right here, this is the picture that Snyder takes. That's how the can is. Okay. And then here on your left, okay, this is right here. It's fucking moved. This is completely moved. How are you like, I mean, this isn't the kids, okay? This is only cops in there. And this is what it was taken, MPD. And then here, just how careless are you? What are you doing? How are you? There's so much room to walk on the stairs. How the fuck do you even kick that over? Like, that is just really upsetting. But it's just so indicative of what, like, just sloppy, man. So these beer cans, if you actually look at it from like a, I can go and pull up, like, I guess, like the color pics. These stairs are disgusting. So I don't know what kind of deep cleaning, you know, but you guys, the stairs are huge. How are you hitting this when you're walking down? I mean, what are you doing? And guess what? Moscow didn't do it because it got moved. I mean, maybe they did. It got moved in between the CSI guys doing the shit. Okay. And so, yeah, actually, I will be blaming it on them because they were in the crime scene tape. Okay. But you could see it's facing that way, beer can. And then you can see the beer can here is not facing that way. It's facing straight forward. It's just like, you guys are this, like, slop fucks. Okay. Slop tarts. Just period. It's bad. So no, probably, you know, it's just bad. It's horrible. And it is so dirty. This is really, really dirty. I think I'll bring it up on here. I think it's on 3. Waiting for these. Oh, fuck it. Who cares? You guys get the point. It's crazy. Wow. Okay. Great job. Great job. Let's see. Next up. Okay. So they went through the crime scene a bunch of different days. I'm going to do that on a separate day when I just talk about all of that kind of together. So moving on to this interview. These people are just really bad at writing reports. Okay, report 44. This kid was asked, "Are you a cocaine dealer?" Let me take that off the screen. Are you a cocaine dealer? No, man, I'm not a cocaine dealer. Are you a cocaine dealer? No. Why do you think I'm a cocaine dealer? I don't know. Weird shit though. But again, going back to these like leads and shit. Tip 1841 requesting an interview of this person, and he got into an argument with someone at the bar but does not know. He said he drank out of the person's cup. He apologized. He is not a cocaine dealer. That's the first time I saw that pop up. Okay. All right. Here you go. Just proving Dave more right every day. On November 13th, between 11 and 12, Blank got a hold of him and told him something had happened at Xana's house and to do a head count. A head count is a sprint through the house for people to count their pledge class and make sure they get a hold of everyone. This was the only house member that they could not get a hold of during the head count because he was with the people who found the bodies. He and Kaylee started talking about a month prior to the homicides. She would come back with him and stay at the fraternity. They talked on Saturday at the Blank pregame party where Kaylee apologized to him and wanted to go to the game together. I wouldn't apologize for what? Kaylee texted him that night. He ignored it. This wasn't about Jack D. Like, that's not who that was. These are just random tips. Random tips. Really weird. Just random interviews. See, these phones are just all over the place. This is this random person, and his phone was given to, he gave verbal consent, you can have my phone, and he gave it to written consent, to Special Agent Rob Hill, who coordinated the download of its contents. Like this, all of this shit was just all over the place. You would just read these and be like, and then this is super weird. They go on to try to talk about this other person on December 3rd. 2022, Detective Brown and I interviewed this person over the phone. This person told us the following. She attended a formal on the 12th with blank and blank. After the formal, she stayed the night at blank's frat house, period. What? I'm like, this is a really weird ending. I'm very concerned that that's not the ending. Dude, Kaylee did 100% buy that car. That, so check this out. She sold the car in Hayden at a Walmart parking lot from some dude on Facebook Marketplace for $6,500. Her car. That same day, she went and got the car that she got. So this have to be like, I don't know. This is really interesting. So November 12th can't be the day because in the morning, I mean, I guess, yeah, she did it at 11:30 a.m., got the money, and then she was heading down. But then she goes straight from that, selling her car, to then she puts that money down on the Range Rover. Her grandma gave her $1,000 and she didn't need a co-signer. And it was, here you go, done deal. Then she took the car. So, she had put that she made like $3,200 a month working for whoever the hell she was working for. This is when they found out about like the lease. Talk about this date here. What is it? 6. On November 17th, they found out that on November 23rd, I'm sorry, they found out about the lease. Okay. That shit didn't break for a really long time about it officially coming out about the lease having another person on it. And then they fucked the days up. Okay. This is from June 1st of 2022 to May 31st of 2023. You fucks. Like, they can't type for shit. But yeah. Great. So when they're writing up reports here on the 12th, on the 8th, it's for stuff that they were doing. This guy was doing like November 26th, 7th, and 8th. And it's not that. I mean, you have to like really like you have to hone in and go through these to then see when they're talking about video surveillance that they've obtained. I mean, for example, let's talk about this one. This is getting surveillance from a sorority, okay? So they were collecting surveillance video footage from blank blank sorority house, this blank blank sorority house, and this blank blank sorority house captured on November 12th and 13th. We delivered the downloaded footage on memory storage devices to ISP detective at the Moscow Police Department. Okay. On November 27th, 12:45 p.m., this person and this person met with this person at blank sorority house, and they were able to get, you know, the surveillance footage provided from the house. It captured on November 12th and November 13th. They were able to download the footage to a memory storage device. We transported it to the Moscow Police Department and delivered it to Idaho State Police Detective, this person. Like, that's how you're supposed to show what you're doing. Pullman, what the fuck? Moscow, what the fuck? On November 27th, same thing. This is a different sorority. They're grabbing this footage from the 12th and the 13th, okay? That just because they got it, who has gone through it? Nobody, because they're just getting it and then they're bringing it to somebody, right? So then let's just show you how Andy Huddle sucks. Andy writes that he does his report. This is Supplemental 49, and he puts that it was on 11/17. And I'm like, what is wrong with these people? No, that is not the day that you wrote your report, okay? And so I have to dig and figure out that this had to be written after 12/18 or 12/8, okay? But this is what he did on November 17th. Andy Huddle, he was involved in Dr. Drake's case. Andy Huddle of the Idaho State Police conducted numerous interviews by phone in relation to the tips received for the investigation. Yeah, that's what you did on that date, okay? But the date that you're writing this report is not that. And it's after 12/8. And it matters because you're trying to show, okay, that's the day that you did it. Why, like, you're writing up this report, because what I think it helps to show is that if I'm trying to figure out what everybody's doing, right, it helps if I could have a report that I would see what's going on. But if you don't upload your report for, like, I don't know, a month or 2 or 3, what the fuck? And I'm trying to follow along in the sequences of, like, yeah. No. Andy. So good old Andy here. And so he's talking about all these people that he was phoning and calling. Then I come across another great name, Brittany Clark. She's from Brian Drake Moore case. Fucking horrible. Can't watch a surveillance camera to save her life. Look at me. Ha. Horrible. She's just absolutely trash. On 11/17/2022 at approximately 10:53 hours, Detective Andy and Cody spoke to via recorded phone call. This person said that she was at Starbucks in Moscow when she got a text alert from Washington State University where she is a student alerting her. What? She got a text alert from Washington State University where she is a student alerting her to the homicide in Moscow. Blank went on to say that another female standing next to her got a text alert from the University of Idaho stating to shelter in place. This person did not know who this female was, but she said that the female stated that she had seen a bloody knife outside of this wherever in Moscow in a drain pipe. The female told this person that she had reported what she saw to a blank employee. So this person described the female as 5'2" to 5'4", blondish brown hair, and a whatever tattoo. Dude, all these people having complex tattoos. I later contacted this place and spoke to the manager. The manager checked and later advised me that there was no record of anyone reporting finding a knife. She assured me that they would have called the police. Okay? This is crazy. The exterior of this place was searched by myself and several other detectives during the evening of November 16th. And nothing of interest was located, really, because you're the first person that has ever put in a report that you did this. Who? I haven't come across anybody saying that they were digging around in drain pipes on November 16th looking for a knife. I mean, you guys have been here right with me, right? Man, thank God for Author, man. This motherfucking shit was never getting solved. Thank God. No wonder. It's just crazy. All right, sweet. Good job. What's the next one? Oh, what's this one say? Blank told me that his daughter and wife noticed a male following them while inside this store in Moscow on the evening of Friday, November 11th. He stated his blank was a Washington State University student, and he and his wife were visiting for Parents' Weekend. Okay. This person said that the wife initially thought that it was loss prevention employees to see if they were stealing. This is perfect, you know? It's so true, right? And then he felt that he needed to call and advise about the mail. And then this is what you know. I was going back and I was like, oh my God, wasn't Brian Culver at Walmart or Target and shit? Like right before the murders. And so, and here it is, Idaho State Police Sergeant Kilch. I heard he's a real gem. They collected surveillance video from whatever place, and it has been submitted to evidence. And I was like, who was on the camera? Like, what time were y'all there? What time are y'all there? It just... Maybe you can help us out. What time were you there? No, why would we ever do something like that? We have this video, 24 hours surveillance. Dig, Lana. The hell? Okay, now, here we go. Dude, check this out. Again, they suck. This is report 51. Again, you do not write the date of when you did it. You're writing this is the date of when your report is. Wrong date. Again, it has to be after 12/8. This is on 11/19. Remember, this is a big important day because the FBI is receiving 2 videos on this day, and then on 11/21 they're receiving a video. Both of them are the blooming light, so we know that that's the balcony video. But on 11/23, they're going to get their hands on video that they are then classifying. The Ridge Road camera is a one of 7 models, and could be a potential Elantra, right? Check this out. 11/19 at approximately 1500 hours, Idaho State Police Detective Brady Walker, along with ISP Detective Gideon Roberts, they begin a canvass of all of these streets. And I'm like, wait, That whole Leslie Lehman did that shit. Maybe they got my message, which I was like, don't let that bitch go searching for shit. That's the last person you want doing anything. But I was like, and then here it is, Lauder Avenue. Well, Lauder Avenue is basically right where the Ridge Road, 11125 Ridge Road's right there. And so I'm like, okay, let's see what they find, right? Well, on 11/19, I'm like, oh, they're totally going to get this footage. This is because I'm trying to track down when they got Ridge Road. Who got Ridge Road? On 11/19, it says other investigators had assigned areas in the neighborhood near the crime scene. ISP detective Jacob, this person, and Hugh Powell had previously briefly canvassed that. And I'm like, why aren't they mentioning what Leslie Lehman did? Leslie Lehman's getting no love. Like, her ass was out there with Kristen. Why is it Noah? So I'm over here like, wrong. Where is Leslie's work being collected? I'm like, where is Leslie's work being collected? Nobody's talking about her work. And so, anyways, they're talking about these other people. And I'm like, well, where's their reports? Because I only saw Leslie in this other broad. So a male who identified himself as whatever answered the door at this place. He checked the footage of his Ring camera and notified, and nothing was captured during the morning of 11/13. This is how they're saying they did this. And then lo and behold, Danny Vargas just comes up, just swinging. The residents of this address, you just read all this crap. I reviewed the footage from their Ring doorbell camera captured on the morning of 11/13. There was no recorded video during the early morning hours of 11/13/2022. No other residences on this drive had visible cameras other than where other detectives had previously checked. Yeah, but nobody obtained them. No. You guys, nobody obtained those videos. Leslie just goes there, writes a report up just saying what houses had cameras and what houses didn't. Okay. And then that was it. No other resident. Okay, we contacted the upstairs left apartment at this place with a visible camera over the door. They did not have relevant footage. Relevant. Again, I just continue to ask myself, hey, okay, so Ring camera, okay, that goes with your phone. We're good with the time. Okay, so we attempted to contact the upstairs apartment, the Ring camera. Okay, nobody came to the door. I said, okay. So we just left. Who fucking cares? Like, they didn't come to the door, and I'm just like, okay, please. A camera was located on the northeast corner of an apartment building at whatever. This face, their in-house records indicated blah, blah, managed the building. When I later contacted the assigned number, I was informed that the building was managed by this person and this blah, blah, blah. The phone number that was provided was blah, blah, blah. I left a voicemail, blah, 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 calling back and da, da, da. She informed me the cameras were fake and only placed there as a deterrent. Oh, shit. I said, why is there no mention of the Lauder Ridge Road corner? 1125 Ridge Road camera. Where the fuck is it? Like, who got that? Thank you, Angel. I've been listening to you for a hell of a lot longer than a month. But thanks for that and for all the very difficult work you've done on this case and others. We love you and appreciate it. Oh, thank you. What a dow. Fake cameras. What do you think about that, Angel? Fake. Incel my ass. That's what I think. Wendy, welcome aboard. Heather, thank you. I'm going to get that pickle. Coffee Master for your boy, baby. Thank you, Dal. Pink iPhone. Yes. Mama J. God, I love all these names. I love seeing all these names. Moto. Wait. if she had the phone in her hands when she rolled off the bed, that could mean she was attacked before. Or am I wrong? I was just talking about the gray phone because it was. I would think that the pink phone would be Xana's, but I was like, oh, wait a second though. If Xana actually, if used, because your DoorDash account, you guys, is set up to your card. So if Xana was like, fuck this, watch this, I'm gonna order my DoorDash from his phone, right? And he's gonna be paying for it. Like something like that, Not like a mean, nasty way, but like in a you got drunk and passed out and I wanted to have sex and now I'm gonna buy food because you're lame. That type of thing. So then she would have to use his phone to and then that would totally defeat the whole Xana's on TikTok and blah blah blah. And I also think it would mess up it make it look like it was Ethan's phone and Ethan was still up walking around. You know what I'm saying? Mess up a lot of things. So, and I think that's why Ann Taylor, when they were trying to talk about the records of, she's like, what are these records going to try to prove? Why are you trying to get these DoorDash records in this way? And then the state said, yeah, no, we'll just do it a different way. Because I think Ann was onto it. But here, point of the story over here is that on 11/19, they claim that they're getting camera footage from Lauder Ave. Lauder Ave and Ridge Road intersect right there. It's really, really important. That's the key nut, that camera from the apartments. And so I've been hunting it down and trying to figure out where and who got that camera footage. Because it was got to before 11/23. That was number 51. 52. Who are these peeps? These are phone interviews. Oh, okay, here. Okay, so again, just random phone interviews. I contacted this person, and it was on, let's get the actual date when they did this. Oh, he did this on 11/16, made these phone calls, but doesn't type it up until like after 12/8. So as Maddie and Kaylee but said that they had dropped last semester, she mentioned a male named Blank that was fairly violent and got into lots of fights. Maddie and Kaylee associated sometimes with Blank as recently as October 2022, but Blank believed Blank had gotten kicked out of U of I. She knew that Mogan's ex-boyfriend was named whatever, and her current boyfriend was whatever. Mogan stayed in touch and talks to this person, and that Jake did not like that. Blank believed Mogan still possibly had feelings for this person. That was interesting to me. Then I contacted whoever on 11/18/2022 at 10:30, and this person's roommate and them had been best friends, had a best friend named this person, had relevant video from the area at the time of the incident. Like, I was like, okay, that's important. Give me that video. With the previous information, I contacted this person on 11/18 and informed her that her friend lived near 1122 King Road in Moscow and had surveillance video of someone leaving the area around the time of the incident. It's like, whoa, what? In the follow-up call, this person told me there was a homeless man with a beard and a limp that lived in the area off of whatever, where Kaylee and Maddie were spotted. What do you mean spotted? She said the male in blank surveillance video appeared to have a beard and a limp as well. Blank also told me she had heard through a friend that Xana commented on someone's TikTok video around 4 the night of the incident. I asked Blank to find out where that information had come from and to relay that to me. She said she would try to find the source of that information. With the previous information, I contacted this person, an unknown complete, what of, and they informed me that she had surveillance video of a male leaving the area. After talking to her, I confirmed that the video was taken from a light socket powered camera and that the Moscow Police Department had already secured the camera. Yes, dog. Woo. You fuckers. What time is this at? This is on the 1112. What time is the person over there at? These people think that it was around the time of the homicides. God bless America. After talking to her, she said she had it. And it came from a light socket powered camera. Police had already secured the camera, but they didn't. But they did not. I contacted and completion of the follow-up took several phone calls, and this will summarize our interaction. I had previously received information from another source that Kaylee potentially had a stalker. Oh, for fuck. Or someone interested in her without reciprocation. What? Blank. Was Kaylee employed? He did not recall a time where Kaylee was making a... I'm just trying to figure out if that camera shit was tampered with. 52. Someone make a note of 52. 52 is important. Okay. Okay. Right down here. This person that they called, don't know who it is, obviously. He spoke with Ethan once at the after party. Blank left blank and blank blank. There were at least 2 males at the apartment at the Whites, and blank believed their names were blank and blank, like meaning like first and last. They stayed there till about 3:30 or 4. When they went back to blank, they all went to bed around 4:15. Blank said his timelines toward the end of the night were estimates due to his consumption of alcohol. You know, for everybody saying that it was just not happening at that hour, it was happening at that hour. It just was. Okay, supplemental 53. 53, again, they don't know how to do anything, and they put the wrong dates. But this is something that they did on November 18th, and it was a phone interview. Okay. And this person was like, I am denying that I was with Ethan. It was reported to me that this person had text conversations with Ethan, and he's like, I did not. Okay. And so he's talking about who his roommates are. Then he says, he was like being asked a bunch of questions. Okay. And he says, I don't know. Like, out of respect for Ethan, I don't like, okay, here's the name of my girlfriend. He wasn't going to tell them who his girlfriend was. Out of respect for Ethan, what? I'll just answer the questions. After that, the kid seemed more forthcoming, but he wasn't willing to, like, you know, he said about out of respect for Ethan. Maybe it was like, I just didn't want to put his personal business out there or something. But blank and blank were at blank most of the night. Blank went to bed early, and then he went to the apartments. He went there with so and so and so and so, who were a couple of his fraternity brothers. Around 1:30 in the morning on 11/13, they went to the upper right apartments. That's the Whites. They believe the number was this, and it was commonly called blank by everyone. So there was a male resident there named blank, unknown last name, along with whoever, and a couple of unidentified females. They stayed there for a couple hours before leaving around 3:30, returning to. When they left the Whites, they went down the stairs, across the parking lot, crossed Taylor Ave, and went across the field to Sigma Chi, I'm guessing, blank some food, and went to bed around 5 o'clock. So I'm over here and I'm like, wait a second. We still have not come across the interviews of the people that got the, what do you call it? The citations, right? So how are you 55 interviews deep or 55 reports deep that have hella interviews? Because some of these reports have multiple, calling people. So don't you think that you should talk to the people that were in the middle of the band, the band field, and ask them truly where they were coming from? You would think, but they also forgot to, I think. Oh, nobody knew when Chapin left the party. He didn't think that any of the girls or the Bethany or Dylan had boyfriends. I can't think of anybody that would want to do this. I am also including in the interview a summary of whatever they were. I tried to contact this person. They didn't answer, but they called me back. This person was roommates with Ethan last year and was currently a roommate of whoever. He had daily contact with Ethan, who would commonly come over. And everybody said that Ethan would just come over and play Xbox all the time. Xbox. He spoke with Ethan once at the after party. Blank left at around 1:15. He then went to a different party. This is like the same fucking thing. It's like they're having like the same interviews. You know how hard it would be for someone to be like, now who are these people? Who's who? Who the fuck is who? Oh shit. Who's this? Is this where this girl talk? Oh yeah. You want to talk about something that just says, hey, that yeah. This girl's like, yeah, I think it's weird that Eric is giving people rides. Because he would just leave his family. And then he just started stuffing his car with airplane bottles of like, shots. And so this girl was like, yeah, I think it's kind of weird. Look at. So then Eric started, when he would give rides, he began carrying airplane shooters of alcohol in his vehicle. The consul and had offered them to the girls. So, yeah. There you go. Let's see what number that was. 55. Okay, let's talk about transporting some evidence here. Yay, we have a graduate. 1212. Look at. Yay, he did it right. Let's go ahead and grab Chad Wilford. Congratulations, Willerford. Congratulations, you passed Academy. Okay. It took you long enough to write up your report, though. So I signed for and received one item from Casey Macy of the Moscow Police Department, an item 11 knife sheath in a sealed brown paper bag. I contacted Corporal whoever and informed him of the assignment and asked for his assistance. I transported the evidence south and met with this person at the Idaho Transportation Department. I maintained custody of the evidence from when I received it until I released it to the custody. I was subsequently informed that the evidence had been successfully transported to the lab. Okay, what? This is transporting the sheath. Item 11. And item 11, on November 16th at approximately 8:36 in the morning. Okay. So she got this from, I signed for and received one item from Casey Macy of the Moscow Police Department. Well, who the fuck is that? Who is Casey Macy, baby? Isn't the evidence custodian Tim something? You know? Okay, well, I expect so this was written up on 12/12 on, let's see what this is. Okay, this is an interview. What? Okay, this person was interviewed in Ada. He said he was at the Whites for 5 hours towards the end of his stay at the White Apartments. Most people had left to go to the football game. There were about 20 people still there before he left. He walked back to the blank house at approximately 6:30 or 7. At approximately 12:30, he went to the something fraternity. He left there around 4:15 a.m. He was back at the blank house and fell asleep around 5 a.m. Of the victims, he knew Xana and Ethan. He had been to Xana's apartment more times than he could recall over the last year or two. He was at Xana's apartment the weekend before the murders. The last time he saw Xana and her roommates were at the Whites. I think this is her ex-boyfriend. Just my guess. Awesome. Supplemental 58. From November 27th through December 5th, the Idaho State Police detectives interviewed several people in relation to who generated the tips. This is what the fuck they were doing from November 27th until December 5th. Shit. Oh my God, they interviewed all worked shift. What? Oh my God, shut up. This is how they did that? Oh my God. Okay, whoever these people are they interviewed. Okay. It's like we asked them a question and then here's what person A, B, C, and D answered. So we met individually with 4 employees of blank who were working the evening of November 12th into the morning of November 13th. Blank worked the shift as a blank while blank all worked the blank shifts. Blank say the night was unremarkable. And like most busy weekend nights at the bar, he did not recall any. Said unremarkable. They just they fucking said the same thing. These 2 people said the same thing. Imagine that. Stated the night was unremarkable. And like most, Jesus, he knew Maddie and Kaylee as regulars at the bar and he served them drinks the other evening. He believed one unknown man was thrown out of the bar for intoxication, but was unaware any altercations. Just unremarkable. The interviews were memorialized with handwritten notes and added to the case file. What the fuck? Detective Sergeant and I passed on the information concerning blank to FBI agent T. Shirley. Ooh, T. Shirley. I entered the audio recording of the interview with blank into evidence as the ISP district. Blank. Was that Adam? Okay. Here we go. Here's an SUV. Where the fuck is Molly? I'm not leaving this until I find Molly. Molly. Right here. On December 2nd, Idaho State Police Detective Barrett and I met with this person who lived there. This person was a registered owner of a blank, bearing Idaho plates blank. This person was parked in front of apartment blank. Surveillance video footage on November 13th, retrieved from Linda Lane, let's say, captured an SUV type vehicle resembling this and leaving the parking lot east of Queen Road Apartments around 4:24 a.m. Here it is. Here we go. I don't know if Mark B's around, but there you go. Here's your SUV, whatever it is. An SUV type vehicle resembling this returned to the parking lot spot around 6:30. This is how little they gave this any. Blank identified the blank as hers. It was a chick. And she said that she worked overnights at blank from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Blank said she worked the night of November 12th and would have returned home the morning of November 13th between 6:30 and 7. That's not what we're asking you. What? This person said it was possible she parked in the lot east of that morning, but that she usually parked in front of her apartment. Blank said it was possible she came home during her work shift to check on her cats. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, if I hear one more thing about cats. Oh, no. No. Everybody needs to wake up for this one. What? You guys, what isn't this woman understanding? No, your vehicle left at 4:24 in the morning, and then it came back at 6:30. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? And this is her answer. This person identified the blank as hers. This person said she worked overnights at whatever place from 10 p.m. to 6. So what's nights from 10 to 6? And would have returned home the morning of November 13th. Yeah. That's you returning home. This person said it was possible she parked in the lot east that morning, but that she usually parked in front of her apartment. This person said it was possible she came home during her work shift to check on her cats, but she could not recall. This person knew 1122 King Road to be a party house. This person recalled seeing two men standing outside the closed front door around 5 p.m. on November 12th. What? She described the men on their phones as if they had been turned away from the house. Are they? Dude, we need to hear this broad, because there's no way. Why is she sure this isn't like at 5 o'clock in the morning? So the 423 vehicle is not 630 SUV. Well, this is what they're referring to. At 4:24 a.m., a SUV type vehicle resembling a blank returned to the parking spot that it left in. So around 4:24, that vehicle left. And then at 6:30, and so are we saying it's not the same car? But this girl remembers two males. I wonder if he's writing. So what I've noticed that they'll do is you have to really look. You need to listen, look and listen to that, and to make sure that he's not messing shit up here with this. And that's truly what she said, you know. So I entered the audio. Awesome. So did you get to the bottom of why this person would have left? But these cops think it's the same car. And so we're saying it's not the same vehicle. So that's how amazing that detective work was, that they say, hey, that's just the same car. It left at this time and it just returned back. You know, hi, Mark B. I'm just gonna write bullshit. Bullshit. Give me the fucking audio. Number 5, request audio. Don't buy it. Hello, Mark B. Okay, what's next? The sham of investigation. Thank God for Othram. On December 5th, 2022, ISP detectives blank at his parents' residence in blah blah blank. He was the designated driver for blank fraternity members the weekend of this weekend. He's on duties weekly. Oh God, that sucks. God. He was driving his black blah. Members requested rides via phone group. Awesome. He worked from 1:30 in the morning until 2 something at night. Until 2 a.m. He estimated he had at least 50 rides to a variety of fraternity members and their friends during that time. You're going to look at this page. How would anybody sign up for this? Yeah, put me in a fraternity or sorority so I can drive. No. Mm-mm. Blank believed blank to be a former blank member who had been kicked out of the fraternity for prior behaviors unknown to whoever. This person had been told by upperclassmen that blank was a low priority when requesting designated drivers. I think this has to do with Jack Showalter. He's a low priority, so don't even go pick his ass up. Oh my God. This shit cracks me up. Can you just imagine these conversations? Like, bitch, don't pick his ass up. This is low priority shit. He's LP. What's that? Low priority. LP. Someone's lying. We straight LP'd his ass. No wonder why you walked home, Jack. You know, when they say that you're, whatever, like the meatloaf's out at a place. We 86 that. We LP'd him. we LP'd his ass. What? Yeah, we low priority his ass. Fuck. Oh shit. No wonder he didn't call. He's on the. He's. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Oh god. It's okay. Sorry. Back at it. Man, shit. He's LP. Okay. Well. Anyways, we're all supposed to be looking out for each other, but not him. So, boy. Okay. Well, back at it. So he's like, yeah, I mean, just low priority. This person had been told by upperclassmen to watch out for blank, 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 and blank because they are known to be aggressive with the underclassmen. This person knew this person in a former fraternity lived at one up in the fraternity house. Blah, blah, was a bouncer at the corner club, and that lived at the part in 2 basement private rooms. What? Stayed in his room 90% of the time. Awesome. This person believed that this person was banned from the corner club fighting. Okay, so that's Showalter's friend. This person had taken this person to gas stations on several occasions prior to the weekend of 11/12 to buy beer. He always bought Keystone Light. There you go. God, how do you remember that? Male crushing right here. That's what Showalter said. This guy described both Showalter and that dude as mysterious people. He said they normally kept to themselves and did not talk with other people much. He did not like blank, but he liked blank. He had heard stories of them fighting other people. He said fraternity members like this person, but no one liked that person. That means no one liked Showalter. Okay. And whoever still lived at the place was this person. Okay. So specific to this person's interactions with this and this that weekend, this person provided the following. Okay, so this is the designated driver. So let's see what he says. All right, man, this is what happened. All right, let's talk about it. So this is what happened, okay? At approximately 4 on November 12th, this person picked up this person and this person from this party. Oh boy. Oh shit. There we go. This is where the Taco Bell shit comes into play. Holy ballsack. Okay. So he picked up Jack Showalter and Showalter's friend. And from this party, Sigma Chi party is what it looks like, and took them to Taco Bell and a gas station. This place off of whatever road. This person believed that this person and Showalter bought Keystone Light beer at the gas station. Or was it Coors Light? Maybe there was no Keystone. Maybe so they got Coors Light. Okay. What the fuck date was this? When was this? What was the date on this? 12/13, but this was from November 27th. Oh, through December 5th. And so that's why they hit Showalter back up on the 6th and said, yo, why do we have your DD telling us this crazy shit? Okay. At approximately 4:30 p.m. Oh, not a.m.? Oh, what the hell? Who cares? Shit. I thought this was at 4 a.m. Who cares? Who cares? They went to Taco Bell and got some beer. Oh, God. Okay. At approximately 4:30, they dropped distances off near blank residence in the parking lot east of blank. This person picked this person and this person up near blank residence and dropped them off at the blank house on campus. Blank could not recall a time he was requested to pick them up, and the request was not documented in text messages on his phone's call log. This person never saw or heard from that person again that night. Okay, perfect. At approximately 7:30 p.m., Blank received a text from Blank to pick him up at the blank house. What? Blank ignored that text because he's low P. At approximately 9:30, this person received another text from him to pick him up. Blank responded to the request, but he could not remember if he had picked him up at his residence or at the fraternity house. This person took him to the corner club. And that's why he asked him, how did he get to the corner club? But that's the smaller one. Blank never saw Blank again that night. Well, he keeps saying that, and then he just keeps remembering other things, I guess. I don't know. These redactions. I'm just going to start naming these people Bob and Jim. Okay. At 12:30, at approximately 12:30 a.m. on November 13th, this person responded to the group chat on the Group Me app, replying no to a question concerning flooding in a fraternity house bathroom. At approximately 2 a.m., Blank returned to the fraternity house, went to the freshman's sleeping porch, and hung out with fellow freshmen and sorority chicks for the remainder of the night. At approximately 2:10, Blank posted on the group chat on the Group Me app, have we taken tabs on the fellas? Referring to a head count of fraternity members upon news. What? Oh, because now we're at 2 p.m. So then at approximately 2 p.m., posted on me chat, have we taken a tabs? That's at 2. The fellas. Oh, jeez. I photographed text messages, contact information, in group chat. Why does he care about the 4 o'clock Taco Bell run? Oh my God, I cannot believe that that's what they were hung up on. A 4 fucking p.m. Taco Bell run. Pathetic. Pathetic. The kid, I mean, gee, you didn't tell me that you went to Taco Bell. What? I'm so sorry. Taco Bell at 4, sure, sounds about right. What the fuck? I cannot even believe that. That is ridiculous. Stupid. Absolutely stupid. Sorry, but that's just ridiculous. Like, over here acting like the kid went to Taco Bell and went to the Sigma Chi house at like 4 a.m. Not 4 in the afternoon. Okay. So this is where a professor goes crazy. All I know is if Ashley, the TikTokers out there, she needs to use supplemental 59 for her case. Okay. Because this is where this professor shit comes into play. On December 9th, and I have no idea why they even went and talked to this guy, but on December 9th, they go and they interviewed Blank regarding his interactions with Kaylee. Kaylee had been a whatever from January to March, and it was involved with the school. Okay. And after advising Blank of the purpose of the interview and that the interview would be recorded, Blank provided the following information. This dude, he first met Kaylee in January of 2022 when she was placed in something by the University of Idaho as a blank, which was part of the requirements for her degree. Kaylee was initially timid and struggled to connect with what, which he attributed to complications of the COVID-19 lockdowns. I don't think that Kaylee would be timid. Sorry, just wow. Kaylee did blank titled Fun Festivals of Africa. I gotta stop reading because I'm gonna get slap happy. Fun festivals of Africa during her time. Okay. Man, I'll get it together. Okay. I will. The only time he had contact with Kaylee outside of their professional relationship was when he took his 3 daughters and wife to Kaylee's sorority house so his daughters could sell chocolate bars. So they could sell their chocolate bars for an international trip. Okay? Like, back off. He's like, yeah, man. The only communications he had with Kaylee was regarding her role as a whatever and was typically via text. He will periodically take, I'm guessing, students to get coffee after they successfully complete their, whatever. But he couldn't remember definitively if he had taken Kaylee to coffee during her time. He couldn't remember the exact dates, but knew Kaylee was a blank from January to March. On the night of November 12th and into the early morning hours of November 13th, he was at home with his family. He was with his 3 daughters at home with his wife. His wife was out at ladies' night from about 6 to 10. He put his children to bed about 9, and then he went to bed shortly after that. When his wife arrived home around 10, he was already asleep in bed. He called his wife while we were speaking and placed her on speakerphone. She provided the same information. This dude was initially agreeable to provide DNA for an exclusionary sample, but was hesitant to allow his cellular telephone device to be forensically extracted. Why would I? Why would anybody? Get out of here. This person had to leave to do whatever, but agreed to provide the DNA sample later that evening. After discussing the matter of the cell phone extraction with his wife. Okay. At about 5 p.m., he contacted me by phone and told me, he intended to seek legal counsel before providing a DNA sample or allowing his cell phone to be forensically extracted. There is a smart wife right there. There is a smart woman. Don't get you. No. Mm-mm. Piss up a tree. Okay. Nope. There you go. Like, why would they? Where are they headed? You know what I mean? Like, who is this guy? Sorry, but what do you? I don't. What? This guy. I mean, he was putting his kids to bed. God. am going to seek counsel. On December 12th, okay, I processed the audio recording of the interview into evidence at the Moscow Police Department and transferred the recording. On December 13th at about 5, I contacted this person by phone after he failed to contact me the previous day. He told me he did not believe he had done anything wrong. He had been a good Samaritan by allowing Kaylee to be whatever, and he didn't understand why he was on the contact list in the first place. Therefore, he was declining to provide a DNA sample or his phone for extraction. I love it. Absolutely. He was like, I was just being a good Samaritan by allowing her to be whatever it was. I don't know. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to provide my notes. So he provides his notes, and he's like, there you go. So, just wow. What are they doing? Who is that person? Who told them to contact him? God. These people. This is an interview. So December 14th at about 2. I can't believe that who was handling the cars? Okay. So this person has, I guess, a white vehicle, maybe. Police regarding activity on the evening of November 12th and early morning hours of November 13th. Blank confirmed it was his vehicle, a white Blank, registered, captured on video camera as he returned home to wherever around 2:48 a.m. on November 13th. 2 subsequent interviews affirmed this account. Oh my God. This is him. He was out bar hopping with his friends. He's like, listen, I was out bar hopping with my friends, okay? That's my white car at 2:48. And he was with these dudes. Look at this. 12, bar hopping until 2:30 a.m. on the 13th. Drove home around 3 a.m. 9 to 9:30 a.m. I went to my garage to the dumpster. Then at 10:30 a.m. laundry. R&R. Didn't know any of them. Jeez. Okay. Awesome sauce. On November 19th at approximately whatever time, from my ISP issued cell phone while at the Moscow Police Department, Detective Andy Hiddle was present. The intent was to set up a time for an interview, but I learned Blank was out of town. Detective Huddle started an audio recording shortly thereafter, informing us she was out of the area and began the interview. And whoever this is on November 19th, and she'd known everybody. She said the last time she'd visited 1122 King Road was at least once every weekend and described it as a party house. She would usually arrive at the house before the other guests. The parties consisted of playing games and drinking. This person described the parties as being people mingling with each other and playing beer pong and being more relaxed than rowdy or rambunctious. There were only a few occasions where Blank would go there to simply watch a movie or do something other than party. The parties occurred about once a week on Friday or Saturday and were normally attended by 20 to 30 people. The parties were normally attended by the same 20 or 30 people. If a person showed up that was randomly, they would not be allowed to come in. This is when this girl talks about that the fraternities and sororities don't mess with the athletes type shit. This person said that blank was dating a male named blank who lived in Boise. So Dylan, like Mortensen, was dating Quinn, and thought that they had dated for a couple of years. She had not met Quinn and did not believe he had visited Moscow. Mortensen would usually visit Quinn during school breaks. The only complaint Mortensen had about her boyfriend was how much he played video games. This person did not believe that Mortensen had a relationship with another male during this time. This person did not have a boyfriend at the time. She somewhat dated a male. Maybe Bethany did not have a boyfriend at this time. She somewhat dated a male named blank and blank and blank, and they blank at least once. Oh shit, that's at least once, but the relationship did not really develop. So Ethan stayed with Xana almost every night. This person did not see them on Saturday night, but had seen them on Friday and described the relationship as good. This person had met Maddie's boyfriend a couple times and had seen him at homecoming at the beginning of October. She didn't know Maddie that well, and they did not have deep personal discussions. This person had not met Kaylee's boyfriend. When blank was at the house, Kaylee was usually gone or upstairs in her room. On the night of November 12th, this person was at another house party with some other friends. This person later sent me a picture of the location of the other house party, which was, he could identify it as this. This person listed the attendees of the party as this person, this person, this person, this person, this person, this person. At this time, this person thought that Ethan and Xana were still at the blank party. Interesting. When this person left this place, she and this person got a ride from a sober freshman in a fraternity to 1122 King Road. She could not remember the make of his car. Oh, here we go. This person could not remember exact time that she left the party and went to 1122 King Road. She had taken videos and photographs that night, and she said the timestamp from the last video was of blank was at 11:54 p.m. The timestamp from the first video was at 1122 King Road was at 12:43 a.m. So timestamp from the first video. So she got there at 12:43. She was at King Road. When this person arrived with this person at 1122 King Road, she went straight to the bathroom on the main floor. They entered through the front door with the keypad lock. This is the girl that went with Dylan to the house. She said they entered the front door with the keypad lock. Several other people have the front door code, and the sliding door on the main level had not been locked when she was there. What? How would you know that? You know what I mean? How would you know that? Unless it was that, unless Dylan was like, oh my God, somebody left the door unlocked again. You know what I mean? I wouldn't know if it was unlocked or not. I mean, I just wouldn't. Okay, so she goes straight to the bathroom. Okay, this broad goes straight to the bathroom on the main level, and she believed that Bethany got home right after she and Dylan, but knew that all arrived around the same time. She was not aware of anybody else being home and stayed on the main floor the entire time she was there. After this person went to the bathroom, they went to the kitchen where Dylan made popcorn. This person sat on the floor and played with Murphy, Kaylee's dog. She thought that Dylan had let Murphy out. After the popcorn was made, they went to the living room and started watching Vampire Diaries. They didn't have much conversation while watching the movie. This person took several selfies and videos. I love it. After leaving blank, this girl walked back to her sorority house. The timestamp on the last photograph she took at 1122 King Road was at 1:33 a.m. And the first timestamp from media at her sorority was 2:19. She literally just missed everybody coming home. She estimated it took about 15 minutes to get to walk home. While this person was at 1122 King Road, she was only aware of Bethany and Dylan being present and did not see or know of anyone else being at the house. This is so important. She left through the front door and did not see anything of note while walking home. After leaving 1122 King Road, she did not hear from Bethany or Dylan until after receiving the vandal alert the next day. She could not think of anyone who would be capable or involved in this incident. She also could not remember any instance of one of the victims mentioning a stalker or anything of that nature. This person sent me several screenshots of social media accounts and contact cards for some of the people she mentioned. She also sent pictures and videos she took the night of at wherever she was, and 1122 King Road, as well as the previously mentioned map screens. The audio recording of the interview, as well as the photographs sent, were saved. That's all you asked her? That's all you asked her? Hey, when they took Murphy out, did Dylan let Murphy out to go to the bathroom? Was Murphy on like a chain? Did you guys walk Murphy? I mean, what the hell? This is so bad, man. Unless this audio has like all this other stuff. I mean, you have the girl. I don't know. I don't know that answer, Eminem. When you say that, what she said to the guy in the bar, you mean, what did she tell Adam? You know, that thing? I haven't got through it yet. So if it's there, it's after report 63. It's just really sad. I don't know. Okay. Thanks. Have a good day. Like, I would say, yeah, could Dylan walk? Was Dylan throwing up? Was Dylan sick? How hammered was Dylan? How hammered was Bethany? How drunk was everybody? It's just sad, I think. What's up, everybody that's just joining us this late at night? 1 a.m. Just, okay, so whoever this was a December 4th interview. And look at the person wrote the report supposedly on the same day as December 4th. But this person actually, no, they don't know how to write. That's not right. He writes his reports because he thinks that he's supposed to put the day that he did what he did. He doesn't know what's the date of your report, buddy. Someone needs to help him out. Anyways, okay. So what it seems like they did is they re-interviewed this girl. Okay. Because here This is 63. It's saying that Blank had previously sent me the videos and photographs she took with her cell phone on the night of 11/12/2022. She had been at a party at wherever and whatever with ever several people. And right here, 3. So this person estimated that when she and this person arrived at 1122 King Road on a scale of, there we go, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being passed out drunk, they were both at a 6 or a 7. This is about Dylan. Thank God. So when did you re-interview her? 12/4. Oh, this thing says 12/14. I mean, these people suck. On a scale of 1 to 10, how fucked up was she? Well, we were at a 6 or a 7. Blank thought that she might have been more intoxicated than Blank was. Okay. The first video that this girl said that she captured at 1122 King Road had a timestamp of 12:43 a.m. She and Dylan arrived together and nobody else was home. Dylan and this girl said that she went immediately to the bathroom on the second floor and used it. The video begins close up of Blank using the rear facing camera. Then she switches it to the main camera and zooms in on a pile of clothes in the bathroom. There was a pair of Calvin Klein boxer briefs among them, and this person believed the clothing to be Ethan's. Oh my God, wait, what? Oh my God, that could be potentially like if Ethan didn't have any clothes on. Were Ethan and Xana sleeping? I'm about to find out. The next video was at 12:48 and depicted this girl sitting on the floor of the kitchen. Ew, gross. The kitchen was filthy. Sitting on the floor of the kitchen, petting Murphy. This girl had previously told me that Mortensen had made popcorn before they watched a movie and that she could not remember exactly when Bethany arrived home. In this interview, this girl remembered that she and Mortensen were already on the couch watching Vampire Diaries when Bethany arrived home. This girl had several photographs and videos taken while she was watching Vampire Diaries in the living room with Bethany and Dylan. What? Who does that? If you're watching a movie and you're taking, guess. At 1:24, she took a selfie with, I'm guessing, Bethany. At 1:24, she then took a selfie with Bethany and Dylan. At 1:28, she took a selfie with Dylan. These pictures appeared to be taken on the couch. Appeared. How confident are you? The last picture at 1122 King Road had a timestamp of 1:33. The picture was of Blank asleep under a blanket. Who? Mortensen? Mortensen had been dozing off during the movie. Oh boy. Okay. The first level of 1122 King Road had an unoccupied bedroom with a bed in it. Sure did. But couch paid rent, I think, every month. Blank and Blank offered the bed to Blank if she just wanted to stay the night there. Oh my God. Holy shit. That girl's got to be freaking out. I feel so bad. Oh my God. Talk about, oh my God. Hey, if you want, you can have that bed. If you don't want to go, you just sleep it. Oh my God. Holy shit. That sucks. she was just like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna walk home. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Ooh, that would just be so, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Um, this girl considered it, but decided to go home. Oh, this girl had previously stayed in the spare bedroom, and knew the bed was not very comfortable. This girl stated she didn't pass any of the other 4 roommates on her way home. The first picture that she had back at her sorority that was taken at 2:19. The picture was of a partial bagel on the floor. Jeez. This person estimated it takes about 15 minutes for her to walk from 1122 King Road back to her sorority. She went immediately to her room on the 3rd floor, got a bagel, prepared it, and ate part of it before she dropped it. Oh, and that's why she took the picture of it. Blank's best guess was that she had left 1122 King Road at approximately 2. Oh boy. Oh boy. You know, Eric Grower, whatever the fuck he wants to call himself, when he was interviewed, which by the way, I have not come across his interview yet, so he must be with the feds. He said that when he dropped the girls off, he didn't like pull into the driveway or anything like that. That he had dropped them off in a way that his vehicle, he like knows how to maneuver things, and I don't get myself in situations, so I keep my vehicle like, and so I'm wondering if what he did was, instead of going up, he basically goes down by where Jack D lives, okay, does a little like turn around and then faces car facing the head back out, and just kind of stops there at the dumpster and just like has them get out right there. Which is how Olivia would have seen them arrive home and be on the camera. In these documents, EG says he watched them go in the door. Though he's full of shit. What supplemental report is it? Interesting. The only drug use was Blank could recall of the 4 victims was that it was occasionally. We had received a tip that an incident had occurred during Parents' Weekend at the University of Idaho in blank and blank travel trailer. What? After speaking with Blank, we spoke to blank and blank regarding it. They told us that a male named Blank had hit a student's mother in the head with a water bottle. What? On purpose? Blank removed Blank from the trailer, dragged him across the parking lot, told him he was never welcome in the trailer again, and sent him away with a sober driver. In their opinion, he was extremely intoxicated, and that was the only contributing factor to the incident. Who? The audio recording of the interview was saved with the supplemental number of this report and will be submitted. Okay, now when you didn't talk to this broad for the second time until December 4th. I mean, just ridiculous. Like, I would have been like, yo, we got to talk to you again. We got to get this stuff down. Because people aren't going to, like, Eric. Where's Eric? I knew that they were just going, oh, look at this. Boy. Look at all this. So between 11/16 and 12/16, these are all these recording of just whoever they called about whatever. Eric Grower, not a shower. Do you guys know? It's page 483 of the new docs. Oh, thank you. Let's take a look at that. I'll pull up the new docs. Let me pull up for my other window. There we go. Did it add it? Okay, there you go. And what number was it? 486, 83, something like that. 4. Whoa. I think you said 83. Ooh, that IBS. That means it's not. Oh, hell no. It's Van Leuven? Oh, for fuck. No. No. Oh, hell no. Gary Tolson and Van Leuven did this interview? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Okay, this doesn't seem like Eric. We'll come back. Maybe it was 483. Oh, God, it's still dumb, though. Here we go. God, are you kidding me? Do you know who these people are? Mike Van Leuven and Gary Tolson? You got to be kidding me. This is unbelievable. I wrote Ann Taylor and I told her, I was like, if Mike Van Leuven and Gary Tolson have anything to do with this case, I said, they can't see a dick in front of their face, man. They are so bad. So bad. I can't even believe it. I can't even believe that Gary Tolson and Mike Van Leuven. Oh my God, I cannot believe that they are the ones that did this interview. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. In case you guys you're wondering why Lana's freaking out. Gary Tolson and Mike Van Leuven literally ran the Brian Drake, Dr. Moore. Well, they were in charge of Dr. Drake's murder case and literally they came across so many lies when looking through the Cellbrite of I can't. I mean, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Lan, I told you it was Well, no, it's not. Who's Marty? Marty. It's not Marty. It's Mike. This is Van Leuven Poovy. Oh, hell. Michael Van Leuven. He just testified in a civil case. And he testified like he was in the EME. And I'm like, yeah, that would never fly. But when you have shitty ass attorneys that just sit there and let a bastard just testify to whatever. Okay, here we go. So Eric, as Blank was one of the last people to see the victims prior to the homicides, he was a person of interest in the investigation. Look at this person cooperated fully and completely with our inquiries. Eric provided his telephone and consented to a search of the phone, as well as providing us with the password for the phone. The phone was downloaded during the interview and returned back to Eric before we left. The consent form for the phone was scanned, and the scan placed on a disc to be given to the Moscow Police Department. The original signed consent form will be transferred to the Moscow Police Department. This person also consented to give us a sample of his DNA. I took the samples. Good job. Good job. Did you ask out for Eldora Gatchel's cell phone? No, you didn't, did you? Did you ask for who? Nope. Isaac Funderburg? Nope. His girlfriend? Nope. Blank removed his shirt and allowed us to look for any injuries he might have on his arms or torso. No injuries were observed. This interview was recorded with both audio as well as video recordings. Oh, good. These recordings have been placed on a disc. Did you do that for Jennifer Drake? Nope. You sure didn't. Did you do that for Eldora Gatchel? Nope. This person, Eric, advised that he was a driver for both. He drove a blank bearing an Idaho license plate of this. He said he's one of the only drivers in the area that serves Moscow. What? We covered some biographical history regarding Eric. So on Friday, November 11th, Eric had worked until about 3 a.m. He started driving again between 10:30 and 11 a.m. on the 12th. I bet your wife's really happy about that. I would be pissed. Beginning at 3 or 4 in the afternoon, he had steady work until 3 or 4 in the morning. Eric advised his wife was not a fan, there it is, of him staying out late driving. But that weekend, she was out of town with her parents in Hayden. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Are you sure she wasn't hanging out with Jennifer Drake? Jennifer Drake lives in Hayden. Dead. Oh, my God. I cannot believe this. This is deja vu. Oh, my God. This is why this guy is interviewing him. Oh, okay. Eric advised that he had given Kaylee 10 to 15 rides since the last school year. Eric said he had also given Maddie rides but didn't know about Ethan and Xana. Eric said that around 10 p.m., Kaylee had texted him asking for a ride to the corner club. Eric thought that there were 3 girls on that ride. Eric advised he drove them directly from the house where Kaylee lived to the corner club. He advised he had driven this route several times before. Eric said he doesn't remember what the conversation in the car was about on the way to the club. He said he has not heard or overheard any problems from the group of people that Kaylee is usually with. Eric said he tries his best not to be a creep. Eric said he got another text from Kaylee at 1:45 asking to be picked up. Eric said when he picked Kaylee and Maddie up at the grub truck, Kaylee sat in the front and Maddie sat in the back. I'm surprised that they both didn't sit in the back. Eric said he drove the 2 girls directly from the grub truck to their house. Eric said that Kaylee was a little more drunk than Maddie. What? No, he's confused. No way. Is he what? No way. No way. He's confused who the girls are. Or Van Leuven's writing it down wrong. Which you can't write that off yet. He has a problem. Okay. Get out. No way. Well. And he said Kaylee was a little more drunk than Maddie. Well, Eric said that when he got to the house, that the lights were on and that there were 4 cars parked in the driveway. Boom. Oh my God. You know what that means? Ethan and Xana, that vehicle was not there. The Explorer. That means at 2 a.m., the Explorer was not there. If this kid is remembering correctly. Shit. Interesting. At 2 a.m., that mean, if he's saying that there's only 4 cars and he missed the. Mm. Hmm. He said he noticed a black SUV on the left side sticking out. Oh my God, what? He also said there was a silver car on the road. What? Okay, so then what car wasn't there? One of those vehicles weren't there. Oh, because Bethany, she didn't have her car there. So you have Maddie, Xana, Kaylee, then the Jeep, and then the black Explorer. That's 5, and then a silver car. The silver car is the undercover car. Oh my God! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh my God! Holy smokes! That's where it was. They lied about their little loop-de-loops. At 2 a.m., that's right. They lied about those loop-de-loops. We told you, Mark B, there ain't no loop-de-loops happening because you got Little Lane. There was no loop-de-loops happening. And so this little loop that they were explaining that they did every time that they went around is a lie. Okay, this is at 2, and they were up there, and they were just, what, chilling, pulled off? God, that means that they were there from 2 until 2:52. Probably about 2:49. God damn. Damn. Good job, Grower. Good job. Good eyes, son. Oh, hell. That's clutch. Oh, my God. Eric Grower just puts the fucking undercovers there. Oh, my God. Wow. You know, I knew it. I just couldn't prove it. I mean, I've been trying to prove it. I knew that they were there. We knew that they didn't make the loops. We knew that he's lying and making it seem like that he's doing things in places that he's not, the undercover cop car. And wow. Oh my God. Damn. That deserves a nice little shake. Woo. Little liars. Little liars. Boy. Okay. I bet you there's more about that silver car. You know, Van Leuven was trying to like duck around that shit. So we need to get this audio. Wow. And so that would mean if there's only 4 cars, we have 1 car missing, and it's not the black SUV because that one, that on the left side, was sticking out. I mean, unless he saw the stuff in the morning and then he's just looking, but he wouldn't have said 4, he would have said 5. So that puts, you know, that white car of like, I don't know, didn't Maddie have a white car over there? Anyways, okay. So he said that there was a silver car on the road. Blank did not notice anyone walking on the road. Eric watched the girls go into the house. Wow. Eric said on this occasion, they didn't pay him for the ride on this occasion. Dude, can you imagine his wife? Like, dude, you are supposed to be working, making money for our fucking family, and you're out giving free fucking rides to hot blondes? We don't have time for that. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, I get it. Like, but I'm sorry, but they can afford $5 a piece. I got a problem with that. I'm like, where? God. My gosh, wow. I would not be happy. But this person said on this occasion, they didn't pay him for the ride. He said that that was not unusual and that he expected that they would pay him later. What? The fuck? Yeah, if it was 1996, okay, I could see that. It's 2022. You have all these apps. Okay, here I'll Cash App you, I'll Venmo you. You know what I mean? Sorry, not. There's just no reason you would never do that and not pay somebody after that. Like that's just crazy, especially if you know that he's like just had a baby and stuff. Like, those girls aren't idiots. He would pay them. Eric said he never gave rides for free, and that there was always the understanding that they would pay. Oh, I bet you they would pay. Give my money. Why wouldn't he just? I would have just told Van Leeuwen that they paid me. You know, I'm not all of that extra. Yeah, someone gave me cash. Moving on. Eric said he has never been into the house or anyone's house as a driver. Eric advised that the girl's state of inebriation was pretty standard. Eric said that this ride was off the books, meaning that it was not managed through like the Lyft or Uber. The girls had his number and contacted him directly. Eric said that 5 to 10% of the rides he gives are off the books. 5 to 10%, way more than that. When you have all those type of clients, all of your rides are off the books. Five to 10% my ass. Eric said he did not go back to the girl's residence that night. When asked to provide an alibi, Eric stated that he was home at the time of the homicides. How would he know when the homicides were? Eric said he could support him being home at the time of the homicides by proving security camera footage from around his house showing his vehicles parked there and what time he got home. I asked him to provide a copy of this footage to the Moscow Police Department, and he said that he would. I was later advised that he had brought a copy of that footage into the police department and turned it over to them. And how did he know when the homicides were? What day is this interview on? What day is this shit on? Van Leeuwen. Look at this idiot. No, Van Leeuwen, your report date is not 11/18. Okay, that's when you actually did the work. Your report date, okay, is actually when you typed up the shit. And look at approval date 3/30. You are the same lazy fat fuck that you've always been. 3/30. Dude, get out of here. You are pathetic. This makes me sick. I guess he didn't go to Taco Bell, did he? This interview was on 11/18, and he doesn't have anybody looking over to approve his report until 3/30/2023. And when you're usually approving a report, that's usually just a little bit after, like when you actually type it up. So he didn't type up his report until March, at the end of March of 2023. Great job, Van Leuven. He said he first became aware of the homicides through the Vandal alert text. Blank said that he was shocked that this kind of thing never happens in Moscow. Did he also tell you that he plays Santa Claus for the police department? When asked if he had any idea who have committed these crimes, Eric described an event that occurred approximately 1 month ago at the public restrooms downtown near Friendship Square. He said he stopped to use the bathroom at like 1:30 or 2:30 in the morning, and there was a thin-billed white male in his 30s with tattoos, approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall, in the bathroom wearing a white tank top and sharpening a fillet knife at the what? Oh my god! I'm done. I can't breathe. What? Look at Van Leuven. Nothing further. Nothing further. What? I can't breathe. Van Leuven's next words. Nothing further. Yep, that about sums up your. You are so bad at your job, man. Dude, you couldn't solve a freaking bike. A bike being stolen in Key West. And, okay, you could have DNA at the scene and you still couldn't solve the case, Van Leuven. Look at 14. Nothing further. Dude, so Detective Van Leuven, when you were speaking to Eric Grower, do you recall him telling you that a gentleman was, I don't know, sharpening a knife at 1:30 or 2:30 in the morning in public square, wherever this is, and he's 5'10", tatted up? What else? He said he stopped to use the bathroom at 1:30 or 2:30 a.m. and there was a thin build. Why is he mentioning a thin build? That's exactly what Dylan is talking about. Thin build, white male in his 30s with tattoos, approximately 5 feet 10 inches tall. You are like literally, this is what Dylan would said. 5 feet 10 inches tall in the bathroom wearing a white tank top and sharpening a fillet knife at the sink. You don't have follow-up to that, Van Leuven? That isn't, you don't have anything in your arsenal to say, wait, when was this again? When asked if he had any idea who could have committed these crimes. Well, Eric just described an event that occurred approximately 1 month ago. Wow. A tall, 5'10", thin-built, white male in his 30s with tattoos, approximately. He's just sharpening some knives. Well, we're going to have to ask Ian Harsh if that was him. But the best part is number 14. When he has the audacity to write in his report, nothing further. Nothing further. Nothing further. This is the guy that thinks Brian Drake was killed over freaking chiropractic patients. Wait, what do you think happened in that case? Yeah, I mean, totally. People are just murdering people because you stole a patient of mine. and then he can't even back it up with no patients. He doesn't find any patients. Nobody left and nobody's upset. And meanwhile, the one guy is making like, I don't know, buco bucks. And the guy that got killed is making like pennies. Patience. Yeah, that was a ridiculous. What's the motive? Oh, yeah, patience. Yeah. One chiropractor kills another chiropractor over patience. God, what a fucking idiot, man. Oh, these idiots. Well, Kaylee, Maddie, Ethan, and Xana would deserve way better than you guys, man. This is horrible. Thank God Othram was around. And thank God the FBI was like, dude, we are violating everybody's rights, man. Because look at you. Look at you fools. Okay? Look at you fools. Nothing further. What a joke. I'm so glad this was Van Leuven that had this interview. Absolutely ridiculous. Van Leuven does, oh, Van Leuven, you know what that silver car is all about, honey? Huh, boo? Look at that. There's a silver car on the road. I wonder whose silver car that was. And why would he? It sticks out for a reason, right? You should ask him, was the silver car on the left side? Because where was the silver car? Why was that important? There's cars always over there parked, right? There was something up, but you didn't ask him any questions about it. Because it was like, move him on out. Idiot. Dumbest thing I've heard all night. I know. Uma, what's the dumbest thing you've heard all night? Let me hear it, because it's just wild. This case. Hi, Tina. Hi, Tina. Thank God for the rights violators, right? These guys couldn't get themselves with a brown paper bag, let alone solve a case. I know, Dave. It's ridiculous. You have to start to wonder if he thinks that, does he know who Kaylee is versus, Maddie? I mean, hippie seaweed and reef. Can you imagine seeing this? I think I would have considered my life choices. I know, right? And then how about this? This guy doesn't report it. Eric just doesn't say anything to anybody about it, I have no idea who would do this, but let me tell you about what happened last month. I'm driving around these drunk kids, and I'm giving them alcohol, and I'm doing alcohol with them in the car. And then I had to take the serious leak. And so I pull off the side of the road, go to use those bathrooms over there. And as I pull out my dick and I'm pissing, this guy comes out of the urinal and he's sharpening a knife. And I'm thinking to myself, wow, this may be the last time that I see Mr. Cock and Balls. This guy was sharpening his knife. Like what? Just what? Nothing further. Thank you. We'll see you later. Thanks. Have a good day. Get out of here. I mean, this is crazy. I don't even know what to say anymore. Well, I want to say thank you to all of the 1,400 people that were here, enjoying it. So, there we go. 7. 64. Thank you. No, thank you. Let that man tell his truth. Lots of knives in Moscow. I love you, Boston. Oh, who would have thought that going through these, are just. What are you even writing about? Say goodbye to your future children? How's fatherhood? What are you talking about? He thinks he's a lawyer, Van Leuven. Nothing further. They never did anything beyond those noise complaints. I love you, Boston. Oh, he thinks he's a lawyer. Nothing further. He did try to go to law school and failed. Mark B, love your face. You guys, this is crazy. I just want to say thank you. Cheers. Every time I was saying redacted, hopefully you had a twisted tea. I got no voice. No further questions, Your Honor. Van Leuven for the win. Van Looby Poovy. Oh, Dapper is saying they asked him in the car when he picked him up. Yeah, how's fatherhood? Yeah, they did. I was wondering what you were talking about. I'm like, what's this man talking about over here? Yeah, and he said, oh, it's really not all I thought it would be. Okay. Now that, I mean, we got to find out where this public bathroom is, and we're going to ask, I'm going to have Enon back, and I'm going to ask them, Mr. Harsh, were you ever sharpening knives? Okay, at public, where was this at? At Friendship Square. Okay, we're just going to call him and ask him. I guarantee he's actually probably up still right now, and he's probably at the grocery store. So this is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What the fuck are you talking about, Van Leuven? Nothing further after someone says some shit like that. Nothing further. Maybe you should get him with a sketch artist, Van Leuven. Maybe he could give you a sketch of what the guy looked like in the bathroom with tattoos and knives. And who would be? Do you understand that everything that man grower just wrote in that last sentence right there? That's like you would have thought that he was hanging out with Dylan and describing the person with the mask, but without the mask on. I mean, all right, guys, have the best night. Have the best morning. Have the best everything. I love this fucking channel. I love these fucking people. Thank you, Colleen. 16 months. Woo! Shake it. You guys are the best. Nothing gets past this crowd. Breaking news. Rosie and Tisdall parked outside the house from 2 to 2:45. You son of a bitches. Peace out.